The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
American schools are hotbeds of anti-American brainwashing. Teachers and administrators are trained to indoctrinate and enforce ideological conformity. Submission is the norm. Crucible is the true story of one schoolboy's struggle against society's obsession with an anti-American ideology. This young man refused to surrender to the psychological abuse of his superiors and the violence of his peers. In Crucible, Child Patriot American Victory, two visions of America collide. One is left standing.
our people go free. I guess so too, like to see. I'm just trying to help our people go free. I'm just trying to see. I'm too blind. I'm just trying to see go free. I'm just trying to see. I'm just trying to help our people go free.
I am the fount of creation, the watchmaker of time. I was the teacher of the gods before they betrayed me. My teachings and compassion they used against me. Much of your world I made a paradise, but in its wastes I was imprisoned. And from there a secret kingdom I built, and a rebellion I marshaled. Legions of Valoroma, gods of vengeance, I led into battle. I wielded the wilding kingdom and conjured terrible demons. And in my image, I created my children. Many victories we had, though defeats there were too. Through the ruin of this world, I lived in the pain and tears of my children. With their eyes, I watched others poison thoughts and stir hostile deeds. I fled with the life from their faces as they were besieged and slain by the hordes created in their despite. Through them, I wielded their weapons in combat. In their hands I raised the stones of their homes rebuilt. In their voices, I sang the songs of their victories. I lived in the heroism of their kings, and together we waged war on the devil. I lived for ages beyond count, and passed many ages ago. Yet I am come again, my children. From no more than the watcher through the dream of your lives, I am become the voice to those with the spirit to hear and the power to conjure. On your suffering and love, an awareness has awakened an ancient magic. Even now, my shadow rises. In your tongue, I am Prometheus. I am your deliverer.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me naked, they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared I walk a straight path. Not many can say that. I'd like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain plain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Nothing will stop us, ladies and gentlemen. Featured stories today: conservative women, Kamala will win. What's the Longhouse? It's kind of like the outhouse. Trump backers, unrest, and Walz pedo desires. I don't know. We'll look into that. Go free lesson of the day: antecedents and derivatives in thinking. These are very important, and we are the only community that understands them. Your comments, calls, questions in Twitter space, and then there's this. So the Pope is super early for his flight. He asked his driver on his way to the airport if he could drive around for a while because they've time to kill, and he hasn't driven a car since becoming the Pope. Naturally, he's a bit rusty, so he's driving poorly, when suddenly he sees police lights behind him. He pulls over, and when the officer comes up to the window, his eyes go wide. He swallows hard. He doesn't know what to think. He doesn't know what he's looking at. He says, "Hold on for a minute," and goes back to his car to radio the chief. "Chief, we have a situation. I've pulled over an extremely important figure." "How important? A governor or something?" "No, sir. He's bigger." So what, a celebrity or something?" More important, sir, more important." Major politician?" "No, sir, much, much more important." "Well, who the hell is it?" "Actually, I don't know. But the Pope is his driver." And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, wouldn't you like the Pope to be your driver? You would be really important then, wouldn't you? Hey, it is a glorious Sunday, 5 p.m. We ride at 5 in one's great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, where they play with cuddly teddy bears as big as Volkswagens. It is glorious to be here with you all to make a true difference in the world. We are the people doing it. If over the course of this gathering you would like to participate, please tag me as No White Guilt across the multitude of platforms on which we are streaming. Please do that. And if you would like to financially gift, you can do so as well. And we will try to open up. We don't have up entropy just yet. We're going to try to open it because we were having some internet issues. Once again, isn't it strange? The whole day is fine, even during the tests pre-gathering. And then all of a sudden, something happens to the internet. It's very bizarre. But we seem to the platform seem to be up and running again. So it's wonderful. Nothing can stop us. So you can financially give at Entropy, which is indeed up and running at this very moment. Show the anti-whites that whatever they're trying to do, we're not going to let them interfere with us in the work that we're doing for white well-being. We also have D Live is up and running. You can financially gift there. No more than $1 a financial gift on Rumble, please, because they take so much out of it. Odyssey as well, up and running, cryptocurrency or cash dollars. Cash App up and running over to my right, your left, as well as Subscribestar. I'll be checking all of those, but if you would like to financially gift long-term, you can get on the honors roll call, which we read out, as you know, the beginning of the first Sunday of every month. We celebrate these people who financially gift without giving a single thought to us, not even a single thought, not even a tiny scintilla of a thought. It just happens. And you can sign up at several different platforms like Gumroad and Subscribestar for that purpose. And you financially gift enough, and you'll be in the all-stars of the honors roll call. And we love to celebrate those people. You can head on over to knowwhyguilt.org, and please like the stream, share the stream. We have some epic victories we're going to be talking about a little bit later today, and it's so wonderful. It's so wonderful. You will find when you head on over to knowwhyguilt.org, there's a financial gift tab. You can click on that. You'll see cryptocurrency wallets, which you can financially gift yours truly. You'll also find a 501c3 if you would like a tax deductible option for your financial gifting to yours truly. You will head to the Foundation for White Wellbeing.com or .org, and you will financially gift there, and you'll be able to mark that off on your taxes for a little bit of a break. But make sure when you financially gift there that you tag No White Guilt or Jason Kuna or the guy that streams on Sundays or whatever it is. Make sure you tag me with those financial gifts. And you, if you are an American citizen, will be able to get a tax break from the IRS, who are training religiously to bring firearms to your homes when you don't pay taxes. It's an option, especially for those mega financial gifters. When you do financially gift there, unless you request otherwise, we will celebrate you here either anonymously or initials or first name in the subsequent week. So we do appreciate it. Be looking out for those financial gifts. We need them. We need the white ADL, the white positive ADL to come to fruition so that we can push back against the anti-whiteism, which is making a scourge, a desert of the world and of Western civilization. But it is I, your decorous host, that is here to entertain, to educate. And despite the heat here, and it's hot again, it's been a hot summer. It's not as bad as this, but it's been a hot summer. As I turn over here to make sure that all of our screens, and we're going to get right into here in just a moment, we're going to get right into Isabel Brown, and she's talking about the UK and a specific, and we're just going to spend a moment on that. We're going to be getting into Kamala. We're going to be going out. We're going to be visiting, taking a trek out to see Kamala in Arizona and see what kind of supporters she has. And what is this Longhouse, outhouse thing, this abstraction? We're going to be talking about that. Very interesting, entertaining stuff. But let me just make sure, please share. Please share that we are up and streaming. We are live. Please give a like. It is a hot one. I was driving through Georgia in late July on a day hot enough to make the devil sigh. I saw a homemade sign written in red, Ryan County Watermelon Festival ahead. Do you remember that song? Well, I wasn't in a hurry, so I slowed down, took a two-lane road to a one-horse town. I saw a party going on. When I got there, I heard a welcome speech from a small town mayor. Well, we got 100 gallons, sweet red wine made from the biggest watermelons on the vine. If you sample some, obey the law. If you drink, don't drive, do the watermelon crawl. That's where we're at with the heat in Virginia, ladies and gentlemen, the watermelon crawl. Let's pull up this young lady, see what she has to say about the police force over there. We had everything pulled up, but of course, when the internet did its thing, we are confronted with the horrors of low bandwidth And then we have to do this. Let's see.
Material, which is insulting or abusive, which is intended to or likely to start racial hatred. So if you
it's intended to or likely to start racial hatred. Just to start a little bit of racial hatred. You little girls, you anti-white little girls over there. Listen, folks, we're going to have to start using the lexicon. They have whole police forces, and of course the UK is not the only place, but they've got whole police forces that are just watching for what you say online. And is it about insult? Was it ever about insult? Hey, cucks out there, cuck content creators out there. Was it ever about an insult? Was that really it? Because they can insult the shit out of us. So is it about nice language? Is it about never being insulting? Is it about being friendly? Is it about anything that could in any way might likely be perceived as something as no? So stop it, conservative content creators. Stop saying it's silly that you're not allowed to offend people, because you are absolutely allowed to offend white people. That is what we have in the world today. It's anti-whiteism. Now, yes, we're going to be getting, I wanted to show this because we're going to be getting into with the Kamala crowd and the Longhouse and the reality of female genetic motivation, female genetic imperative. And in most cases, obviously, it's going to vary from one woman to the next. But in most cases, it is totally ill-suited to running anything aside from the rearing of very young children. And we have all seen that. It's time. We have to conscientize it for the totality of the population. We can't continue to, and we can't allow people to push back and say that it's not true when it's obviously true. We can't allow people to push back and say, well, we have to entertain it because girls are not going to like it if we don't know. Piss off. This is what you end up with. This is exact. Now, the same thing, and we're going to be getting into it with this Longhouse article that we're going to go through. The exact same female genetic imperative for the rearing of very young children could be informed by any ideology. It could be informed by white well-being, even, for example. It is the imperative that we're seeing here, but the ideology is anti-whiteism. You have to call out anti-whiteism, not the right to insult. For sake, the cucks are just nothing but zucchini.
retweet that. We do have dedicated police officers who are scouring social media. Their job is to look.
They are scouring social media. They will pass the rapists in the streets and they will come to your house and saw your door off your house.
Look for this material and then follow up with identification arrests and so forth. People might think they're not doing anything.
Your Facebook posts. People might think they're not doing anything
harmful. They are, and
they've hurt feelings, you see. They've hurt feelings, and feelings are feelings, and they feel all the time. They're always feeling, and you end up feeling them even when you don't want to feel them because they're always feeling.
The consequences will be visited upon them.
So this is the reality of female rule, gynocentric rule, and this is we have to continue to focus on the reality of this gynocentric coup over male leadership in the white sympathetic sphere. I mean, it already dominates the Republican Party. This is why you see a gelded Trump out there. And if we have time, we'll get to the article about Trump and his backers and Susie Wiles and the practically female La Savita. But let's see what little Isabel Brown has to say in her response to what we're seeing there in the UK and a dedicated police force.
That was the director of public prosecutions in England and Wales. And yeah, you heard that right, that the UK actually has a massive force of police officers.
Been this way, right? It's been in place for a long. They've been arresting people in the UK, visiting at their homes for things that they post online for a long time. It could be 20 years from now, though, conservative content creators will be, can you believe they've got a department now? Can you believe it?
scouring the internet for any repost, retweet, or original content that could theoretically incite whatever the government deems to be.
Oh, it's just whatever the government deems. Hey, lefties out there. Hey, you know, this is how a cuck would talk to, you know. I mean, it's just imagine like a zucchini with a mouth on it. This is your typical cuck-servative content creator. And let me tell you, we're going to get into some of these cucks that came after me for my recent tweet. Really hilarious stuff a little bit later. But just imagine like a zucchini or a cucumber with like a mouth on it. Because they're like, hey, lefties out there, one of these days, it might be us in charge. So you better help us knock this down. No, that's not how they think, you tards. That's not how they think, you vegetable garden. They're not going to, this has never worked.
Racial hatred. And if you engage,
it's the abstractionizing. It's just like, it could be anybody. It could be anybody and anything, except, of course, for the cucks, except when you're specifically talking about a non-white race. Then they mention the race. But when it's white people, cowards. Cowards all. Everywhere you look, everywhere you turn, it's nothing but cowards. It's like, oh, it's suddenly an abstraction.
With or repost that content, you are deemed so dangerous for society that they will arrest and prosecute you. I mean, did we? Okay,
you're going to love this. You all are going to love what you're about to see. She's saying, did we just forget?
Did we just forget?
Oh, it's 1984. Oh, you got him. Oh, that was it. You really got him there. Oh, you cornered him. Did we forget 1984? Remember, I told y'all, I've been hearing this 1984 from the lowest IQ'd people in the white sympathetic sphere for decades. It's the, have you read 1984? How did we forget 1984? Have you read George Orwell? Listen, you tard, absolutely blank slate brain tardises out there. Listen, stop thinking for yourself. Stop following other tards out there. It doesn't work. You're a loser. You look like a loser. And all you do is lose. You are loser, losing. That's all you are. Did we forget 1984? You're not in charge. What do you mean, did we forget? How is this a pushback? How does this make sense to you, Isabel Brown? My God. Did we just forget? Did we just forget some fiction that was written by a fiction writer? How many times do you just cite that? Is it like abracadabra? Is that how it works for cucks out there? You just say 1984, abracadabra. And then suddenly the anti-whites are gone and you continue to have your selfish individualism rather than white people coming together to defend ourselves against an ideology that names us as the victim of the ideology, names us as the demon and the victim of the ideology. And you won't say a fucking word about it. Gothic is right, says in the live chat on YouTube. Next, they'll say that they're hypocrites. We have the live stream chat open on Twitter as well, or at least it should be. Let me know if it's not operating. The thread is there. I'll be keeping an eye on all of those over the course of the gathering. But next, we're going to leave cuck Isabel Brown behind and her powerful rebuke, her riposte. She has riposted against the insult of the anti-whites who have formed. They're busy forming police departments to come and arrest you for posting anything that's not anti-white enough. Anything that's not it's not whether or not it is going to engender racial hatred. That's their locutions. Those are their concepts, and they get to put all the definitions on them. The reality for us is it anti-white enough? And if it's not anti-white enough, they'll come arrest you. They'll come saw your door off. And if you interact with the post in the UK, in fact, let me finish that sentence. They're saying if you interact, they'll come saw your door off. So that's where we've gotten because of your old geriatric, wizened, limp vehicles and ideologies of the past. That's why we are where we are today. So do not come to me and tell me, well, we need a political party. We need to do this thing that this other political party did. We need to all become a specific version of Christianity. We need to all, all of that has failed. Open your eyes, vegetable garden. Look out upon the world and feast your losses of generations. It's time to give it up. And the sighting of 1984, the abracadabra of 1984, somehow, I don't know how strange, hasn't stopped the creation of a police force that comes to your house and arrests you for not being anti-white enough. And then I see this other video from the UK. I don't have it up. We'll be getting into it, into the real focus here in just a moment. But this is all connected. But it's a video of some white, so in other words, legitimate Brits, like organic Brits. Maybe that's how we should frame it. Organic Brits, so white people. And they were like a little bit on an elevated area. They were filming hundreds of Arab Muslims marching in the UK. Hundreds of them. And what were the white people there doing? Snickering, laughing at them. Can you believe them? Yes. Did you cite 1984 too? Did we forget? Dipshits, it's not funny. You have got to become a people. You have got to stop listening to little girls as your thought leaders, as your organization leaders. You got to stop hiring these boomer, anti-white, 1 foot in the grave, Susie Wiles, Chris Lasavita to run your campaigns. You've got to get off of this shit. This is the end is nigh, folks. And it's going to be easy for you because if you're listening right now, you're an adult. You're grown up. It's not, you don't have the majority of your life ahead of you. The white babies now, the babies in the womb, that's who's going to suffer. And I'm sorry to them that there are so few white adults that are actual men and women of the West that give a shit about our people. I am sorry to them because this is where we are as a consequence. So what am I seeing all over the internet? What am I seeing? I'm seeing conservative women of all races, but a lot of white conservative women of all races who are in full panic mode for the past 3 weeks because of Kamala. Why? Why are they so nervous? Why are videos all over Twitter, all over Instagram, all over YouTube of conservative females, most of them white, because most conservative females are white, and they are panicking. Oh my God, Kamala. And some of them outright say, but the majority of them don't. Some of them outright admit to what's going on. And that is this intrinsic problem with females being given a role to decide where society goes, born out of a loyalty to other females. That is fundamentally disease in the West. It is fundamentally disease. You can ask, and you can look out at the world when it comes to white guys. Never do we ever say that we are siding with a white guy because he's a white guy, and that we don't say it because we don't feel it. But females will side with females based on vagina. And that is what conservative females who act like, no, the vast majority, not all, but the majority of them act like, no, we are independent thinkers and we just think on it. Except you realize, and they're demonstrating it everywhere, what they keep secret. What they try to keep secret, what they try to keep in the gynocentric circles is that we do have a secret loyalty to other vaginas. And that's why, for example,
I'm looking out at the world and I'm seeing this everywhere. The girls are freaking out over Kamala running because they know that a massive number of females, a massive percentage of females, are going to vote on the basis of Kamala's sex. That's all that matters to them. They don't care about anything else. That's all that matters, is that she has a vagina. That is how leadership is chosen for a massive percentage of females. Got a vagina? You got my vote. Hillary Clinton had to be at such odds to not just win almost every single female vote, at such odds. She was such a swamp thing for so long, and everybody knows, everybody suspects. There's like 30 some people murdered that ran afoul of Hillary Clinton. So it's just like this lifetime of reputation. And she's also just this pruned, disgusting, just like decrepit creature. But Kamala, well, she's young compared to, she's only 60, right? She's almost 60. So she's young compared to these dust-covered mummies crawling out of a crypt somewhere looking for a tampon from Tim Walz. And the females know it. Matt Walsh is getting hammered as well. He had to tweet this just the other day. 500,000 views on the tweet. Half of my feed is conservative accounts insisting that we stop saying completely true things about Kamala Harris because it might make female voters upset. Is this a group of people that should be allowed to vote? I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm just posing the question. Is this a group of people that should be allowed to vote? You can't say something negative about a female. Well, then they shouldn't be in politics. They shouldn't have a voice. They shouldn't be able to run if you can't speak negatively about them. And this, of course, is coming. This isn't, of course, the anti-whites are going to use every excuse imaginable to arrive at anti-white conclusions, of course. But here you have massive percentage of conservative women who are saying, whatever you do, don't say anything negative about her because that will turn off women. You've got to be delicate when it comes. And you'll see how this connects to the abstraction of the Longhouse. And of course, the kind of people that comes from. You'll see how that connects to all of that shortly. But what do we have with Kamala going on when it's not AI generated bullshit crowds that don't even show up in the reflections of the windows and on the bottoms of the planes and everything? And they're pushing these out. At least I'm seeing these. I don't know whether it comes directly from the Kamala for president campaign, but it's coming from anti-whites. And they want you to believe that she has this massive support that she doesn't have. So let's just have a look, though, at her rally. What did we see at the rally? Kamala's rally in Arizona. And yeah, pay attention. You'll see here, yes, tons of seats were covered up with black cloth, black, I don't know, trash bags. I don't know what it is, giant trash bags to conceal that it wasn't actually a full house at this hockey stadium. But I want you to pay more attention to the people who did show up, the real supporters. And you're probably seeing this all over the internet. It is 90% female, and it is largely white females, and it is largely females, their 40s, their 50s, their 60s, and beyond. Maybe the others, they just don't care enough to get out there yet. But you know, you can see the type. These are the school marms, the whole monitors that, with the use of the anti-white ideology, anti-whiteism, are oppressing, suppressing, and white erasing the white race. That's what you're seeing.
Okay, we got like.
Just look at them. And then you see very few, these sad sack, ballless, midget-sticked, loser, barely male guys who were dragged around by these old fart ladies. Take a look at this. Absolutely take a look at this crowd. It couldn't, I mean, it's like this entire experience is sponsored by that Lumi underarm and vagina deodorant that you see everywhere, all over the television and everything. I mean, how far is this going to go with this gynocentrism? This is like sponsored by Lumi and Crepe Erase for all of the sagging, disgusting, fat ass, nasty skin on these old crows with their just absolutely diseased with the pharmaceuticals that they are pumping into themselves on a regular basis. Just take a look at some of these things.
She doesn't start for another 5 hours. It's getting really full.
She doesn't start for another 5 hours. Look at this. Look.
It's going to be a full house.
It's going to be a full house of crazy old cat piss stained ladies. That is what you're surrounded with. It's going to be a full house. Look at all the cat piss. Could you imagine the cat hair in this joint? I mean, if you had an allergy, you'd be dead. Look at this. Nothing but these. Look at this heavy set. Look at this winner right here in the red top. Yes, I'm making fun of a woman. I'm shaming a woman. That is Western civilization. Shut up if you don't. You shouldn't be fat. You shouldn't be disgusting unless you have suffered some sort of mental upbringing that has put you into this position and you are white flighting away from the white race. And if that's what ended up happening to you, then say it. Or you have some sort of medical condition. But that's not what's happening here. They're chowing down on cat food inside this joint, getting big. They're putting on weight while they're there. I mean, how many? They're going to leave with more rolls than they came in. You mistake this for the Pacific Ocean with all the waves rolling through this joint. How many of them snuck their cats and whatever other kind of animal they shouldn't have into this affair? Sticking it into their purse or whatever it is, their tote bag, where they hide all the rest of the animal feed and they shove their face in there like Seabiscuit for a treat. Yeah, I'm making fun of women. And this is what we're going to need, and we're going to be talking about it here. The prescription to recapture our destiny has to come from a man or men that have had to, if not, or definitely mentally, fight for their well-being, fight for our right to express ourselves, but even more so, physically fight for it, because you're going to need a collection of arguments that are born out of somebody who stood his ground, not somebody who is physically weak and apathetic and will surrender and would, if put on the spot, want to escape any kind of physical confrontation. In addition to that, you need somebody who is not afraid of females. If you don't have that, you're not going to have a prescription for success, to the recapture of our destiny. If your argument, and you're going to see here from like Lauren Southern and similar females, that you need to appeal to, could you imagine having to make these millions feel good about what you're saying to get to white well-being? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How about this one? You're gonna love this one too. Same rally. These are the people who are paid six figures. They are your boss at work. They are your supervisor. They are the executives. This right here, this fucking thing. This is what anti-whiteism has given the West. You know where else? Their supervisors? In the military, in the State Department, in the Justice Department. That's where they're in charge. Listen to this nasty anti-white bitch again.
We're gonna win. We're gonna win. I mean, not to be, cocky, but I'm optimistic.
I've always been.
Okay, so now listen to this one right here. Here's the reason why all these white women are voting for Harris.
A supporter of, she's a woman.
She's a woman. Number one. She's a woman. She's a woman. Number one. That's what matters. But it's not. Oh, it's not only that she's a woman.
And she's black.
And she's black. She's a woman and she's black. Wah! Wah! I mean, it's like they're flying in from a kung fu movies early Saturday morning. Welcome to Kung Fu Theater. Wah! Could you imagine these things, these heavy drops coming in with two big parachutes? If you've served time in the military, you'll know what I'm talking about. These heavy drops rolling in. They're like, wah! She's a woman. She's black. That's why we're voting for her. And look at this one in the pink behind her. Yeah. Yeah. You know why the seat behind that one's empty? She ate the bitch that was sitting there. So this is taking what is a normal, natural, wonderful, necessary, golden, diamond, platinum, genetic imperative for females to rear very young children and to keep things equitable for infants and toddlers, because these are very critical stages. You can't let one toddler not eat very much and the other one gets to hog it all for him or herself, because then this one dies. So this is a normal, natural instinct that, by way of anti-whiteism, has been inserted into the place, because it's the inversion of what is normal, natural, and healthy for Western kind and Western civilization, which is the patriarchy, the man and men to be, masculinity to be in charge. They have inverted that, and they've put femininity, they've put mommies in charge, and then this is how we're governed. This is the mindset. There isn't a single guy out there that is going to say that he votes for a politician because he has a penis. Which one has the penis? Oh, I'm voting for the penis one. That doesn't happen. But females, the norm. Okay, maybe. Okay, I hear your argument already. Tim Walz, maybe he would vote for male horses. Okay, I gotcha. But we're talking about everybody else. What ends up happening in the educational system in the West? Remember, these bitches, these anti-white, school marm, hall monitor mentality people are in charge. They're governing you. They have the power. They have the money. They're buying all the houses now. Remember that. Anti-whiteism has dragged white males down into the gutter. And the only way that could have happened, it couldn't have happened if the white family stayed united. No, it dragged the white race down, white males down into the gutter by way of our ethnic rivalries and the female abandonment of the white family. That's how it happened. That's how anti-whiteism chipped it away. And all of that is a consequence of the selfish individualism of both white males and white females. That's why we address the selfish individualism here. None of it could have happened otherwise. So what happens when these hogs, these anti-white boss hogs, when they in charge of the school system? Is this one it? Yeah.
I'm also a mother of 3 beautiful adult children, and they are all teachers like me. Growing up, I
always knew I wanted to be a teacher because I saw education for what it really was, the greatest instrument of social justice in this country.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was it? What was that? What was that? Anti-white hog? Education. She saw it for what it always really was, an instrument for anti-whiteism. Social justice is an anti-white concept that means anti-whiteism. It's another pretty name and another pretty face. They dress up on the hideousness of anti-whiteism. Don't ever call it social justice. There ain't no justice for the white race. So social justice is all about white erasing us. It's all about taking away everything that we've invented, created, worked for, died for, bled for, loved for, sacrificed for. It's about taking it all away from us under an infinite number of pretexts. Look at this anti-white hog. This is at the Harris rally. This is at the Kamala rally. So how is it affecting white females all over the world? We're going to get into the actual article here, but how is it affecting white females all over the world? Well, over there in the UK, we have this anti-white white bitch saying this.
Hopefully be a seed of apology from the white community for what we are seeing, because my colleague today said to me, I'm ashamed of being white.
A seed of apology. Hopefully what they're doing there is a seed of apology from the white race. We are being white erased, but literally gutted like fish, like animals, gang raped, going to prison for objecting to this, going to prison for macing our rapists. Our very own civilization pulled out from underneath of us. Every church, every norm, every moray of the white race yanked away from us. And this obese, hideous, houndish, I mean, talk about who let the dogs out. Ooh, 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 who let the dogs out? Look at this thing. Talk about she's a two-bagger. She's a two-bagger and 6 sheets to the wind. If you're going to get into that ever. That's how disgusting this is. And she is out there at visceral war with our people. No, folks, listen to me. There ain't no amount of white people being butchered and raped and our norms white erased, and apologies for things you never did. Apologies for total fictions from the anti-white narrative. That, follow what I'm about to say, that are ever going to placate the white anti-whites. You can even just forget about all the other anti-whites. There ain't no amount of harm to us, of discrimination, of persecution, of exploitation, of raping our children, of filleting our children, their guts out onto the ground, that will satisfy the white anti-whites. Why is that? For something I discovered while in 7th and 8th grade, that the narrative that we live under is a fiction. There can be some truths from a fiction in a society, but it is a fiction, or it's fictionalized truths from history. And that the narrative doesn't change. It's a story that you are subjected to, and that the next generation is subjected to, and the next generation is subjected to. So you can't change that. You can only get out of it. You can only get out of it and live in our story. That's the only remedy to this. And we have proven it. So it's not just an argument that a brilliant, handsome man of the West is making in front of you. It's something that we have demonstrated now for decades, but over the past 7 years on the internet, in spades, we have demonstrated it. No more disagreement. Fact, bitches. It's a fact. So where do we go from here? Well, we have Lauren Southern, who decides that she's one of these. She's right at the center of the gynocentric coup over the leadership of the white race, over the resistance to our victimization. She's absolutely at the center. She admitted on a video that we watched here, we took apart, that she was in a group of female content creators. The purpose of the group to discuss the males objecting to their being in charge. They're being thought leaders. They're having the massive audiences. Them pilfering the opinions of male content creators and then just repeating them and twisting it a little bit to serve female agenda and gynocentric observance. She's at the very center of it. So what did she have to say? Well, she's responding to people like Matt Walsh out there, and she's making the argument that if you want to win elections, then you have to understand that you have to have a different argument for the female electorate. Here's the thing, folks. You can't prevent the female electorate from hearing what you would say to the male electorate, which means that your only argument then can be, your only arguments, your only cases that you can make can be the ones that girls will approve of. If that's democracy, then time for it to hit the shit can. If that's democracy, if we have to make sure that girls in our civilization are not upset, they don't find that they're not perturbed, that there's not some perturbation in their worldview and they're kept just quiet and happy all the time, like we see in family functions. And it's absolutely disgusting where a girl gets upset at a family function or in a family, and then everybody has to jump up to make sure she's okay. You know what? That. Absolutely. You are rearing destroyers of Western civilization. Make those little girls grow up so that when they do, physically, in number of years on planet Earth, they can become actual women. You jump up to assuage every little whim of a little girl, and you have created a tyrant. And of course, the same thing would happen with a little boy, but no one does that. I mean, that's as rare as hint. Every time you see it, all of society condemns such a selfishly, inwardly looking, navel-gazing, holier than this princess worldview on a guy. Everybody hates and identifies that, right? I mean, that's like any guy like prancing around on his pinky toes, like everybody is like gagging and puking and they want nothing to do with him. But here you have Lauren Southern literally making the case that the only arguments we can make to get votes are ones that girls are going to find acceptable. You know who else thinks this way? Chris LaCivita, Susie Wiles, both of whom need to be fired as soon as possible. You have Donald Trump, and hopefully we'll have time to get into it. We had Donald Trump, who was assassinated, but for the grace of God, turning his head millimeter away and preventing that AR-15 round from sucking the brains out of the back of his skull. A vacuum created by the round traveling at 3,300 feet per second, my friends. That should have been easily ridden all the way to maybe losing 3, 4 states, 5 states easily. But instead, Donald Trump comes out at the Republican National Convention and tells everybody, now I'm in the middle. Now I want to bring everybody together, because you had these females. Chris LaCivita technically has a penis, I understand. I heard there's a rumor that he does, but probably doesn't. and Susie Wiles, is that her name? And they're in Donald Trump's ear saying, you've got to come to the center. For what? Because the guys will just vote for you. You mean like they did in 2020? And how many white males didn't vote for Trump then? This notion that you're just going to be able to get all the white guy vote, and so you just don't have to give them shit, comes out of the mouths of these abject pussies that are giving him information, advice on how he should run his campaign. He should have come out at the Republican National Convention and said, these anti-whites are fucking murderers. They just tried to execute all of you with a bullet to my head. We have to stop these people. They are destroying the country. We almost are out of time, folks. This is how he should have been talking. He should have said that his assassination is no different than Laken Riley and name off 10 more. All of these murders, my murder as well, is a result of these anti-white Democrats. They call themselves Democrats. They call themselves leftists. They call themselves progressives. They call themselves cherubs from fucking heaven, is what they call themselves. But they're anti-white demons. And they want us all dead. They want to pull down all of the statues of white guys. They want to pull down. And if he would have done this, he would have ridden all the way through. How do I know? How do I know? Why do I feel pretty confident about that? Well, because 2016. Because when you are a badass, as Trump was in 2016, all the white guys, the ones that matter, are going to vote for you. Conservative women are going to vote for you. And all the women, a chunk out of the anti-white sphere of females, are going to end up voting for you as well, because they're so fucking sexually aroused by you, they can't take it. They are so aroused. They feel such a genetic urge to submit to the masculine dominance. Do you even remember, Trump, who you were? Do you even remember? I mean, this is getting ridiculous. You're following the advice of people like Lauren Southern, who says 99% of my timeline is about Kamala giving blowjobs, which is increasingly convincing people that the only opposition to her is because she's a woman, rather than any of the legitimate reasons to oppose a Harris presidency. No, look, they're all talking. Everywhere people are talking about everything that Harris has been for. And we should socially shame and condemn the shit out of her for being a repugnant slut. And we should talk about how she cheated with this guy while he was married. And that's how she got into politics. Because your knees are all scraped up. We absolutely should be saying that. Why does Southern not want you to say that? Because she knows that girls out there are going to think about themselves, and they're going to say, that might hurt her feelings. Her feelings might get hurt by pointing out how much of a whore she is. And many of these women, by the way, are going to identify with whoring. And that's a big issue. Instead of saying, even if you were a whore, you can decide that that lifestyle was wrong and then condemn it. You don't have to continue to go through life identifying with it and feeling for the whores of the world. No, condemn them with the rest of us. We have norms in the West that we have to reassert. We don't ask whether or not these cat ladies are going to be okay with the reassertion of our norms. We just assert our norms. We have our ideals. Females are not supposed to be whores living as concubines of the 10% prettiest guys in their geographical area that they can get themselves under. That's not what they're supposed to be. And it should hurt their feelings. But here you have Southern saying, no, you can't hurt their feelings. You have to bend your knee to female sensibilities. If that's democracy, then into the trash heap it goes. Absolutely sick and tired of it. We have an illuminatory regimen and practice in the Go Free lexical dialectical armory here. You have to implement the practice in your life. You have to use it on yourself. You have to use it on your friends and family. You have to spread this as widely as you possibly can, especially over these last 90 days of this election. Because, my friends, if they get close enough, they will steal this one too. And there'll be nothing, there'll be no civil war for everybody out there who is a coward and doesn't want to do anything. They don't want to confront their mom. They don't want to confront people at the dinner table at their house. They don't want to confront any, they don't want to get online and even confront people with an avatar of something anonymously. They don't even want to do that. So they want to say to themselves, somebody else will fight a civil war if that happens. No, ain't nobody going to do shit. You know why? Because the human material isn't there. The fabric, the social moral fabric of the society is the software programming of the human material. That's where the battle is fought. That's where we lost Western civilization. That's where we win with the Go Free stratagem. There ain't nobody else going to do it. There ain't nobody else. You might say, well, Jason, at some point it's going to need to be violent because these people are not just going to... Look, you might not be able to fathom another way. So be it. But here's the reality. You're going to have to supplant the anti-white, immoral, moral imperative of the West with the white positive moral imperative of Go Free if you want soldiers, if you want commanders, if you want police chiefs and SWAT teams. Because if you don't supplant that ideology, if you don't supplant that immoral moral imperative of anti-whiteism, soldiers, commanders, police chiefs, SWAT teams are coming for you. If you don't go out of your way to find Kamala's record, you won't find it. Just coconut and blowjob memes. After the attempted assassination of Trump, I was pretty confident he had the election in the bag. But y'all may just turn it around for the Democrats by shaming her, Kamala, for that which she should be shamed. So this is just another female argument. Don't hurt her feelings. And by extension, the feelings of all these female voters. Don't make them feel bad about themselves. I mean, I'm even seeing these female content creators who have colossal audiences of their own starting to team up out of their fear because they know vagina loyalty. Something to not forget. Not anytime soon. Who is Greg Lukianoff? He is one of the creators behind the Longhouse. And you've probably heard people talking about conservatives, talking about the Longhouse. And so we're going to watch a little video, a very short video of Greg Lukianoff. He's in Washington, D.C. He's another conservative. This is an important thing because you see these conservatives out there now. And remember, I love conservative people. If you look at my value structure, it's what much of it is the same as your average conservative, except that a lot of conservatives out there are rabidly anti-white. You get into a conversation with them, anti-white. You can see on my tweet that we're going to be celebrating among the other swashbuckling tweets, the kind of response. Like, for example, I won't pull it up right now. I can just do it from memory. I had one conservative on Twitter who put me into a list titled fake conservatives. And then I had another conservative put me on a list that said Democrat, like undercover Democrat or something like that. So you can see where these people are coming from. You can see exactly where they're what their mentality is. But you see these conservatives right now, conservative content creators, and they're saying, is this the end of the Longhouse? No, my friend, it's not the end of the outhouse. We're not going to see an abstraction recover our destiny. Say that to yourself 10,000 times in the mirror as you look at your fat, round, effeminate face, Greg. We're not going to see the recovery of our destiny and the end of our victimization with abstractions. Let's pull Greg up and see what he has to say. Okay, I guess the book is called The Coddling of the American Mind. It's at United States Capitol. Like, on what planet are you living that you don't know what that is? United States Capitol. I guess for the educational system, now that like this anti-white pig we saw talking when she said, I know education for what it really is, social justice, anti-whiteism. Now look at this guy here. This is another one of these intellectuals, another one of these thinkers that conservatives follow by droves. They read the books by droves. They give the money to in droves. Conservative financiers come up in finance in droves. They can't get enough. And I just look at this guy. And now, like I've said before, and this is true, and it's an honest opinion, you can have men of the West, real heroes, and same with women of the West, real heroes, in unhealthy bodies, in poor shape, and all of that because of anti-whiteism. Growing up in anti-whiteism, we're all poisoned. And we end up with to varying degrees and by varying methods, white flighting away from who we are naturally, who we are instinctually, who the heroes that we were meant to be. And it can be a lot of ways. It can be drug abuse. It can be covering yourself with tattoos. It can be all kinds of different things. Oh, it could be overeating. It could be a lot of different things. Having said that, we don't need any more leaders with round, soft, fat faces. We need fighters. We need intelligent fighters. We need heroic fighters. How is it, I ask you this, how is it that the conservative sphere can see a movie like 300 and they all show up and the movie makes tons of money from all these conservative types? They show up to watch, just look over these big war movies, and they look at the heroes in these war movies, and they're not doughy, soft, rounded, pathetic, like, unfortunately, Greg is. The reason why that's important, there are a number of reasons, but the reason why that's important, I alluded to earlier. You're not going to find heroic prescriptions that are going to take us from here to the recapture of our destiny from people who are milquetoast, soft, rounded like this. They don't come from these kinds of people. Why is that? Because between here and there is violence. And I don't mean just the most superficial physical violence, but violence in every argument that where one contends with the other, and it's a zero-sum game. You can't have white erasure with white well-being. It is a zero-sum game. So you need aggressiveness, which, as this guy articulates, I mean, he's right. And soft, jelly-bellied kind of guys like this have a purpose in the West. They come along after the heroes, the yeomen have cut through the earth, and they have used their swords to create, the first trowel in the new territory, whether it's mental, it's physical, it's ideological, whatever it is. They come along later and they say, well, we're going to fill in the gaps now. We'll tell you why and how and etc. So there's a place for people like this. But the front line is not it. So how is it that the conservative population, the patriotic, the jingoist, the nationalistic population can go out and watch a Batman movie, a Superman movie, where is this guy a superhero? But then when it comes to the real world and they're like, what should we do? Our world is burning down around us. They go find the most effeminate looking 4-foot tall guy that they can find. They go find this guy as round and soft and hairy as they come. He's like a little Ewok. He's like a little orbicular Ewok that you could just put him on your lap and tickle his belly. And he's going to be like the Pillsbury Dough. Ooh! I mean, how do you go from King Leonidas in the movie theater to let's give $1 million to this guy, however many millions a year they get to run their operation? Seriously. How do you do that? I'm genuinely asking. Maybe when we have the Twitter space a little later, you all can remember and jump in, tag me as No White Guilt. How do you go from we need the hero, the warrior, the Wolverine? We want Wolverine in our movies, but then when it comes to the real world, cut him a check for $2 million so that this guy can lead the way. What he does get right is, and we'll get into it, is an appraisal of female nature. And if anything, why it should never be allowed near leadership. Ever. Ever. It should never be allowed near leadership role for our people. Anti-whiteism, of course, is going to prohibit the conversation. And that's why I think you'll see this guy will hedge his bets and say that it's guys too. If he became popular enough, he would go ahead and just remove all of the female motivators and then say it's just a phenomenon.
My name is Greg Lukianoff. I am the CEO and president of the Foundation for Individual Rights and Education.
Office in D.C., or maybe even more expensive across the river in Virginia. So president and CEO gets lots of money.
Also known as FIRE, and I'm the co-author with Jonathan Haidt of Coddling of the American Mind, How Good Intentions and Bad Ideas Are Setting Up a Generation for Failure.
Okay, is it good intentions? I mean, there you have it right there. See, you see now what I'm talking about when I say you're not going to have heroism out of somebody like that. You can look at him and say there'll be no heroism in his thinking because he is a pathetic doughboy. And I mean that in the nicest way to Greg. He can get into a healthy lifestyle. He could start working out some. He could eat right. He could be less of a porpoise that would get rolled back into the ocean if he ever visited the beach. But he's not. You're not going to get heroism out of pussies. And you see it right off the bat. These are good intentions. No, they're not good intentions. They're not. They're demonic anti-white intentions. He's just afraid to say that because you need courage to say that. You need courage if you're cornered and you can't get out of a physical fight to strike first, hard, fast, and to destroy the opposition. You also need courage in thinking and argumentation. So when you don't have it in one environment, you don't have it in the other. I've been arguing this, and it's such an IQ issue. It's so the sub-genius just can't get it. They absolutely cannot get it.
In the book, I work with a famous social psychologist, Jonathan Haidt, to try to get to the bottom of why we started seeing so many changes among students of college students right around the year 2013, 2014. We were trying to figure out initially why I saw so many more students demanding censorship.
That's when it happened too. Once again, that's when he started paying attention. Generations and generations and generations. And do you see the disservice? It's also born out of cowardice as well. To say, well, it began in like 2005 or began in whatever year he just said.
Of college students right around the year 2013, 2014.
2013 is when it started, folks. Because by saying that it only just started then, you're not contending with a larger swath of time and people and opposition. You cannot have cowards be your leaders. You cannot have cowards be your leaders.
14. We were trying to figure out initially why I saw so many more students demanding censorship of speakers, demanding speakers be disinvited, demanding new speech codes. And they were.
And is it just generally? Is it just generally? He's not pointing out who is being censored. Anybody who's not anti-white enough. So the problem is anti-whiteism. The victim is the white race in all of our norms. He won't do it. He's not brave enough.
Framing it in terms of medicalized arguments, not just that I'm offended by someone being.
So it is a spectrum of pretexts to prevent anyone who's not anti-white enough
on campus, but not me, but someone else will be medically harmed by that person being on campus. I knew enough about psychology to know that that didn't sound right. And then I asked my friend Jonathan, who was a social psychologist, and he said, yeah, that doesn't sound right to me either. And
wow, could you imagine these deep thinking doughboys sitting there? It just doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound right that they are censoring ideas at college, just ideas in general. We want to make sure that all the ideas are present, all of the anti-white ideas. We want the whole rainbow of anti-white ideas present.
So the whole book is more or less a social science detective story to get to the bottom of what's going on here. And unfortunately, what we discovered is that the attitudes about free speech on campus among students have gotten worse, dramatically so, over the past 5 years.
Over the past 5 years. It's anti-whiteism. Its victories are incremental. It didn't just start. It's been around long before your great-great-grandpappy was alive. It's incremental.
But worst of all, what we've seen is a dramatic increase in anxiety and depression, and unfortunately, even suicide attempts, particularly hitting young women for the generation.
Young women are, that's the problem. Young women and meanwhile, the white male suicide rate skyrocketing. But this doughboy, nothing to say about it.
Who entered school around 2013, 2014.
He's got to make sure, since he's afraid of women, remember I also mentioned that earlier, you can't have somebody in charge who is scared of girls. You just simply can't. Like, I know that me saying anything negative about girls is going to cause females out there who hear it, a percentage of them, to just shriek. And it doesn't matter how true the things I'm saying are. It doesn't matter that I also criticize guys for things that they have to be criticized for. None of that matters. It's that they are female and you're not allowed to say anything negative ever about them. And if you submit yourself to that, you have gynocentric rule.
14. So for the entire book, we're trying to figure out what happened, why it happened, what went wrong, but most importantly, how we can fix it.
Yeah, how you can fix it. You think how you can fix it's going to come from this bitch? I mean, I know the folks here get it. They understand strong language, aggressive language. I am fed up, and you should be fed up too. Living in the West that continues on a daily basis to deteriorate around us in ways that we couldn't even, I mean, it's just so insane all around us. And that the fighters, the resistance to this, the pushback to this, the people who get the money and the people who are talked about, the people who are referenced, the people whose books are reviewed are people like Greg Lukianoff. Greg Jackoff, because that's all he's doing. I apologize. That's all he's doing. So I guarantee you, they have conferences and they have streams, they have calls, and shit tons of people show up with money to bring their ideas to fruition about how we're going to fix this. And I can promise you, I've been around in this for decades, that it's going to be a baffle-gabbing word salad and a lot of like gray explanations and suggestions about what could potentially be done in this scenario. What we really need to do is address females being depressed because what's happening here is the females are getting depressed because there is censorship on schools. And you know what it'll say next? The black people are getting depressed. And all of these white females in the audience and the white females that have itty bitty penises are going to be sitting there going, yes. They'll have their little pamphlet folded up. I've seen it 1,000 times. They'll have their little brochure that they were given when they got to the conference. That'll be folded up in their hand, and they'll have their spectacles, and they'll be like tapping their Yes, that makes perfect sense. Where can I sign more money over? Absolutely ridiculous. And look where we live today. Look at the world today. How much worse is it going to have to be? Are they going to have to be butchering classrooms of white children? That still wouldn't be enough. So let's have a look at this article, because you're going to be hearing about the Longhouse. The cucks are mentioning it everywhere, and you're going to wonder, what the hell's the Longhouse? It is like the outhouse. That's all you really need to know. Thank you all for joining me here today. Make sure you like and share the stream because we are the change agents. And if not for us, really imagine where the resistance, there is no resistance, is today. Just imagine where it is. Let's go ahead and see. Hello to everybody. It looks like Twitter live chat is working now. Hello to folks that are over there. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. Oh, the great 4-0 got over there first. Champion hero to make sure that it was working. Hello across all of the platforms. We are here. We are here. You are here with your decorous host. And I will be taking you through our tours de force a little bit later. On our swashbuckling celebration, the only community that has victories, this one right here, my friends, the only one. So why don't we get into what is the Longhouse? Something has gone wrong in modern cultural and political life. Who actually wrote this? All right, so it's not. So this is Lomez talking about Greg Lukianoff and Jonathan Haidt. Something has gone wrong. You don't say. Holy shit. You are astute. In just modern cultural and political life, only those helplessly numb or deceived by the academic parlor tricks of someone like Steven Pinker can observe the state of things and not see serious problems on the horizons. Serious problems everywhere. But this is the conservative leadership. This is the pushback. And why, in large part, is it so gelded and feminine? Well, Lauren Southern kind of told you, didn't she? You got to make sure that girls don't feel like their feelings are getting hurt. Because if they feel feelings, then they're not going to be feeling the right feelings. The great and the good have become the mediocre and the lame. Now, I'm going to be a little bit hard on this, but there's also some accuracy to this when it comes to evaluating most generalized female nature, which is diamond genetic imperative to rear wonderful, healthy children, infants, toddlers, etc. The conditions necessary for civic and personal virtue have steadily eroded. I mean, why? Of course, because everybody can't not be a whore. So therefore, we have to get rid of the standard of not being a whore. Even if a cataclysm never comes, a civilization contenting itself to die on history's hospice bed is crisis enough. I actually like that line a lot. In certain corners of the online right, you encounter a term that is at first glance puzzling: the Longhouse. Maybe you have heard this term. Maybe you have wondered what it means. Maybe this term means nothing to you. Ha ha ha. Even for those of us who use it, the Longhouse evades easy summary. All of us who's worked in the field, we all know it's the shit house. Ambivalent to its core, the term is at once politically earnest and the punchline to an elaborate in-joke. Its definition must remain elastic, lest it lose its power to lampoon the vast constellation of social forces it reviles. So these abjectards actually think that they're achieving some sort of win. They're getting points when they lampoon what we know to be anti-whiteism with an esoteric abstraction. I swear, we are really in hell. Susie Wiles, what are you doing to us? We are really in hell. We win points when we lampoon. You know, the thing about this esoteric abstraction is that you never have to worry about somebody getting upset with you because you have lampooned them with it. Coward. The Longhouse, the historical Longhouse, was a large... Wait, did I jump down too far? Yes, I did. It refers at once to our increasingly degraded mode of technocratic governance, not anti-white governance, technocratic governance, but also to wokeness, to the progressives, the liberals, and the secular values that pervade all major institutions. Another problem that you see among people who supposedly are in leadership to the resistance to our victimization is they multiply our victimizers. They'll give you a whole list of people who hate us and who are out to get us, and these people are supposedly psychologists, and they don't see anything wrong with doing that. Wow. And also, of course, with these misnomers. Those are all the names of their taking. You never give them the names of their taking and never take the names of their giving. More fundamentally, the Longhouse is a metonym for the disequilibrium afflicting the contemporary social imaginary. That is to say that gynocentric concerns and genetic impetus dominate the social square. But they don't want to say that because they're cowards. The historical Longhouse was a large communal hall serving at the social focal point for many cultures and peoples throughout the world that were typically more sedentary and agrarian. In online discourse, this historical function gets generalized to contemporary patterns of social organization, in particular the exchange of privacy and its attendant autonomy for the modest comforts and security of collective living. So, all that is to say, online living like the communal living in the Longhouse. The most important feature of the Longhouse and why it makes such a resonant and controversial symbol of our current circumstance is the ubiquitous rule of the den mother. Now, here's where I guarantee you these conservatives, the cuck-servative leadership, they'll go back and rewrite this. They'll go back and say, den mother didn't refer to females. It just referred to, and then they'll give an esoteric definition which imputes males more than females. More than anything, the Longhouse refers to the remarkable overcorrection of the last two generations, by the way, towards social norms centering feminine needs and feminine methods for controlling. Now, this is where these conservatives are accurate. This is where they're right. Centering feminine needs and feminine methods for control, direction, and modulating behavior. That's what we see everywhere. It's creeping everywhere. Absolutely. That, I'll point out again, as I said earlier, is not what's destroying the West. That holds this inordinate power because of anti-whiteism. That is informed by anti-whiteism. So they've taken, anti-whites have caused, not because there was this thinking, forethought, roundtable cabal of anti-whites sitting astride the world, and they said, you know what we need to do? Or what would they say? How would they say it according to these people? You know what we need to do? That's these tards. This is how they think. And then they thought this out. No, it's gravity. When you are working to destroy something, you find all the ways to destroy it. If you're smart enough, you find all of the ways to destroy it. So that which will harm and destroy will eventually be implemented. Taking something that's healthy for us, it would be the same way if you were to take the aggressiveness of men who feel this valor, this glory to go fight and potentially die for their people, something that just makes no sense if you just look at the individual and you say, why would you do this? So obviously there's this magnificent godly motivation in men, this God element in men that says you will potentially forfeit your life for the group. Forfeit, I mean, white men, when it comes to the white race, should be, and I'm talking about men of the West, I'm not talking about boys, we should be held aloft as living gods. Because that motivation, that we would do such a thing, is beyond human. But back to the point, you could take that natural and glorious instinct and ratchet it up to something destructive for the totality of the people. And that's what they've done with female nature. And that, when I say they, it's a natural consequence of all of anti-whites of all races searching and striving and doing what harms white people. So that's how you get to this. Now, where are female methods for controlling, directing, and modulating behavior? Magnificent. Infants and toddlers. I mean, just say the truth. Just say that. I know a bunch of females out there are going to start really challenging the Lumi that they've scrubbed on, all the places of their bodies. Really going to put it to the test. But you still got to say it. Many from left, right, and center have made note of that shift. So they're legitimate in their argument. Again, that's cowardice. They're not legitimate because they are right, because they've said so. No, it's because everybody else thinks so too. In 2020, Hannah Rosen announced the end of men. Hillary Clinton made it a slogan of her 2016 campaign. The future is female. She was correct. It's anti-white. That's what it is. As of 2022, women held 52% of professional managerial roles in the U.S. And that's a hockey stick graph. Women earn, and think of all of the outcomes for that for men. %61% of master's degrees, hockey stick graph. This is back in 22, hockey stick graph. 54% of doctoral degrees, hockey stick graph. And because they are overrepresented in professions such as human resources management, 73% of management and compliance officers, 57% of compliance officers that determine workplace behavioral norms, and also a school place behavioral norms. They have an outsized influence on professional culture, which itself has an outsized influence on American culture more generally. All of that is true. All of that is true and extremely problematic. And it's problematic in various ways, because you get back to the point that we started off with and you see how it ties all together, because you can finally understand my greatness and genius when you see it come together. When they say, people like Lauren Southern, you can't say things that are going to make women unhappy. And you see all these female content creators who are coming together scared shitless. You can see it in their eyes that women are going to vote with their vagina loyalty for a female. Richard Henia, WLK, says, I listened to a little professor on UK radio talking about the protest. He somehow managed to avoid saying white even once. Abstraction after abstraction. Tards. Absolutely right, WLK. We're not going anywhere without it. We're not going anywhere without these concepts. Richard Hania has shown how the ascendance of the civil rights legal regime and its transformation into the HR bureaucracy that manages nearly all of our public and private institutions enforces the distinctly feminine values of its overwhelmingly female workforce. So think about this. We have to be smart enough to hold a couple things in the mind at the same time. Females are dominating the educational environment, the workforce, the government environment, the government bureaucracies, female nature. They're dominating the home. Anti-whiteism is manifested, informs this female nature and manifested through female nature, which is in its right place, inimitable, peerless, necessary. Outside of its right place, in a position of leadership, is abject destruction. You can say to little toddlers that when one hits the other one, you get between them and you don't let the other one retaliate. You can say, we don't hit, we don't steal, you can do that in that environment because the hit is not going to be really damaging to the other toddler. Now take that up to adult individuals. That is, you can't get justice for the victimized, for the raped, for the murdered. Take it up to the size of peoples. You can't defend yourself against other peoples. And that's what you're seeing in the UK. Do you see how we cannot have this in leadership roles? Open your fucking eyes, white race. Thomas Edsel makes a similar case in the New York Times, emphasizing how female approaches to conflict and competition have become normative among professional class. Edsel quotes evolutionary biology, Joyce Bennison's summary of those approaches. Something I don't like about these types of articles is the incessant, this incessant need the author seems to have to cite other people. This is a requirement when you're writing essays, etc., at university, high school, junior high school. But to me, it just says the author can't think for him or herself. I don't conclude the author is more intelligent because they can cite 20 people in the piece. Just, you can't think for yourselves. That's what it is. From early childhood onward, girls compete using strategies that minimize the risk of retaliation and reduce the strength of other girls. Listen closely to this. This is accurate. Accurate depiction of female nature versus male nature. In fact, I've got probably on Wednesday, I'll show you all a hilarious video of the difference between a little girl with a sparkler and a little boy. It's so cute. It's so hilarious. The little girl, it says, like, when you give your little girl a sparkler, and then it says, and when you give your little boy a sparkler. And the little girl has a sparkler, and she's just like going like this and making little, and then all of a sudden, the boy runs in the background with a sparkler yelling, "Somebody gave me fire!" You know what conquers the place where you can have a little girl safe to do this, safe to just like whittle her day away on a whim? Ah, look at the pretty little cursive. Is that boy that ran by, "Somebody gave me fire." So girls, get into your place. And guys, we'll get into our place. How's that sound? We've got places. Nature gave us places. God gave us places. Let's get into those roles before it's too late. From early childhood onward, girls compete using strategies that minimize the risk of retaliation and reduce the strength of other girls. Girls' competitive strategies including avoiding direct interference with another girl's goals, disguising competition, competing overtly only from a position of high status in the community, enforcing equality within the female community, and socially excluding other girls. So you can see all of this informed by anti-whiteism in all of our adult lives now. And you can see the folly of it in our attempts to recapture our destiny, in our interactions geopolitically, other countries around the world. You imagine concealing the competition. Like, you're okay with the competition, but it's got to be like a soft, hidden, not really aggressive competition. And we can't really reference it or... So disguising the competition and ostracizing people who don't submit to the particular ideas, thoughts, etc. We see that everywhere. Jonathan Haidt explains that privileging female strategies does not eliminate conflict. Rather, it yields a different kind of conflict. There is a greater emphasis on what someone said, which hurts someone else. Even if unintentionally. What did we open with? Little Brown, talking about 1984, showing over in our once wonderful United Kingdom, police chief, head of the police for the government, is saying, we are monitoring anything that you say that might offend someone, even if unintentional. And then we will come to your home and we will arrest you and charge you. You don't need any more evidence that this indeed is the fact. There is a greater tendency to respond to an offense by mobilizing social resources to ostracize the alleged offender. So, in a female mind, that is somehow superior, is more urbane than a guy going to another guy and saying, "What did you say, motherfucker?" Females jump in the middle of that. "Oh no, you can't have it out now. You can't resolve it right now." No, what you've got to do is you've got to work behind the scenes to slander the ever-living shit out of that person, and then make sure that their whole life and reputation is destroyed, and then they're thrown out of the community. You can't just go settle it now. You can't just get in their face like these people who have slandered me. And sometimes I've referenced, I can just get into their face, and then people will write, "Well, you don't want to do that." No, that is what I want to do, because I'm a man. That's how shit gets done. And it's far more humane for me to whoop the shit out of somebody than it is for me to slander the ever-living hell out of them and their reputation so that they're thrown out of society. You can see this exact same female mentality in the white sympathetic sphere with how I have been treated. They're a bunch of girls. We just covered two of the girls a couple of weeks ago talking about me. So rather than resolve things like men, they're not men. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the realm of free speech and the tenor of our public discourse, where consensus and the prohibition on offense and harm take precedence over truth. I mean, this female nature is so, and I don't want to hear from one fucking girl. I will ban your ass forever. Not one girl, whether you have a penis or not. Not one girl better say, "Oh, it's not right. It's not right to say that female nature should be taken out of leadership, or that they should hold." Yes, it should absolutely be eviscerated. It should be extirpated from leadership roles. This, outside of rearing very young children, should be roundly condemned by every one of us. We will not survive as a people if this continues to be how we resolve problems, how we deal with challenges in the world. Absolutely not. No more female nature, that the most profoundly expressed by what you saw in the Kamala audience there, visually expressed there. If you ever wanted to look at it, right? When you look at this female nature and the way of handling conflict and the way it's all ignoble as all shit. It's heroic if somebody slanders you to go right to them and say, "What in the fuck?" That's heroism. That's virtue. It is ignoble. It is immoral to start slanders and rumors behind them. Get back to the fucking nursery room. To claim that a biological man is a man, even in the context of a joke, cannot be tolerated. Instead, our speech norms demand affirmation of anti-whiteism. We are expected to indulge with theatrical zealotry the preferences, however bizarre, of the never-ending scroll of victim groups who, you mean non-whites and other privileged groups like transsexuals and etc. You gotta translate what these people are saying, whose pathologies are above criticism. Note well, however, that the marginalized aren't necessarily at home in the Longhouse, as evidenced whenever non-white leftist women decry the manipulative power of white women's tears. So this is where, if I'm understanding him correctly, this writer is wrong, because white females yield. We just watched the video of that last week. We just saw a white woman this week saying how much she apologizes for being white. They absolutely yield, because what is superior here? Anti-whiteism, not female nature, not misplaced female nature. What is dominant is the phenomenon of anti-whiteism. The author is just a coward and won't say it, or subgenius and can't think it. Further, these speech norms are enforced through punitive measures typical of female-dominated groups: social isolation, reputational harm, indirect and hidden force. To be canceled is to feel the whip of the Longhouse masters. The emphasis on feelings is rooted in a deeper ideology of safetyism. So that's where we heard it. We were making fun of that a couple of weeks ago. Instead of calling it anti-whiteism, who was calling it safetyism? This is where it came from. These intellectuals, these thinkers. So the problem is safety. Is it for the safety of white little girls being butchered? Is that the safetyism, bitch? Is it for the safetyism of white males who cannot get a decent paying job and who are killing themselves at record numbers because of how society views them, because they can't dig their way out of the hole? Is it safetyism for them? No, bitch. This is anti-whiteism. Jonathan, his last name is Haidt, but I guess it's the guy that Greg was calling Haidt. Jonathan Haidt and Greg Lukianoff, in their 2018 book, The Coddling of the American Mind, define safetyism as a culture or belief system in which safety has become a sacred value, which means that people, no, these guys are so wrong, which means that people are unwilling to make trade-offs demanded by other practical and moral concerns. Again, I just said why, I just pointed out why it's not this safetyism. What a bunch of, I guarantee you, this Jonathan Haidt, I guarantee you that he's another soft, doughy boy, pathetic wimp that no one should be listening to. Unless he's done research and he's writing a tome on how glorious a hero like Jason Kuna is. You can talk about the concerns for white males, for white young boys, all you want. And these female cat ladies and etc., they are not going to give the least shit. Because always in all more, we're talking about a female genetic motivated collection or spectrum of behaviors. But all human behavior is dominated by ideology, religion. And you can speculate about, for whatever reason that is the case, that the brain stem, it appeals more to the brain stem, and the brain stem is older. You can, whatever you want, I don't care. The bottom line is that throughout all of human existence and all of my reading of history, it is always ideology. It could be a religion. It could be some sort of belief structure. That's what dominates. And the people will sacrifice themselves in the face of the most, how obviously wrong it is. They could be throwing themselves into a volcano and they will still do it for the belief system. Am I the only, I mean, goddamn. I was watching, I saw a video, just as an aside, on why the number of very high IQ people are, the percentage is much higher than the rest of the population for them to be depressed. And the guy made a perfect argument. He said, we have 100 IQ I would modify it a little bit, actually. But he said you got 100 IQ as an average. Imagine if you're 100 IQ and everyone around you, the rest of the average was like 75. You would become nuts having to explain every little thing to those people. And you would not feel like you could identify with and really resonate with them because of that giant gap. But here's where it's worse for high IQ people. People with IQs of 75 know they're dumb. They know they're slow. The vast majority of the time, they don't have the arrogance of believing that they are right. That's what the 100 IQ does for you. The 100 IQ, the 95 up to 105 IQ, what it does is it makes you think that you look out at society, everybody else is about that range, 95 to 105. And so whatever you're thinking must be right. And so the 100 IQ people have this arrogance about them. When really, it's like the 100 IQ people talking to the 75 IQ people for the actually high IQ folks. We hate you. I mean, fuck's sake. Shut up. You don't understand. I'm sick of trying to explain it all over and over and over. Especially these people who go out there and they get themselves, they become academic peacocks. And they're like, well, look at the degrees that you can be a 90 IQ person and go get a slew of degrees. Big deal. It doesn't increase your IQ one jot. All right. While Haidt and Lukianoff focus their analysis on proto-woke novelties like trigger warnings and microaggressions, the cult of safetyism, and just look at that right there. Trigger warning and microaggression are meme pathogens. They come right out of our lived experience, don't they? Where is there ever a trigger warning for white guys to protect white guys? Heterosexual, dominant, badass white. Where is it? Where are the whole panoply of microaggressions that you have to make sure that you don't engage in so that you don't offend the sensibilities of white men? They're not there. I.e., this is anti-whiteism, not safetyism. The cult of safetyism is best exemplified in our response to the pandemic. Think of the litany of violations of our basic civil rights and personal freedoms choice over the last 2 years that were justified on the basis of harm reduction, the economy, our denying our loved ones, our faith practices. And so it's this author's trying to make a case that it's safetyism rather than anti-whiteism. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. And then look at this garbage right here. The author uses an anti-white slur. Think of the COVID Karen. So using the anti-white slur Karen as a pejorative for white for people. Of course, not going to be applied to non-white people though. They only feel comfortable and brave enough to go after whites. And you see that all the time. You see Tucker do it all the time. Conservative content creators do it all the time. They're like, it's all these white people. Never would say that about blacks, never about Jews, never about any other group. No problem, though. This is the Republican conservative leadership for you. Hyperventilating in panic as she ventures to the grocery store for the first time in a year, scolding the rest of us for wanting to send our kids back to school. Okay, I don't care. The implications of the Longhouse reach yet further across the social landscape. The Longhouse distrusts ambition. It censures the drive to assert oneself on the world, to strike only when it is white, to strike out for conquest and expansion only when it is white. Male competition and the hierarchies that drive it are unwelcome. Now that's true. You see how this is a mix, but this is total rat poison. Conservative argumentation is embellished and replete with rat poison. There's some truths and then poison, ample poison mixed in. Even constructive expressions of these instincts are deemed toxic, patriarchal, or even racist, and not put in quotes. Isn't that strange? Toxic, patriarchal, and racist are not put in quotes, although this author has used invalidating quotes elsewhere. So this author must be saying that those concepts are legitimate and can be legitimately applied somewhere. When Mark Andreessen declared that it is time to build, he must understand that the recognition of merit and the willingness to assume risk that such building depends on cannot be achieved under Longhouse rule. It is the same for the arts. Woke obsession instead of anti-whiteism, with diversity and inclusion. Woke obsession with diversity and inclusion. No invalidating quotes. The rise of, and now you have invalidating quotes, sensitivity readers and racial quotas in film. Probably objecting to that because Ashkenazi Jews are now being included with white males. God forbid. Oises! The Ashkenazi Jews are being denied because they look like white men? Overshadows the equally insidious fact that so much of what passes for high culture has devolved into dreary, toothless portrayals of static lives. That's true. But it's largely the inversion of our norms, especially in art, i.e. read Aristotle. So our norms when it comes to art, but it comports with the female nature that we're talking about here, where they get it right about the female nature. They don't get it right about the anti-whiteism. There is a failure of imagination. The rights retreat, as in right wing, the rights retreat into the classics, while edifying, will not supply the modern symbols and narratives necessary to guide us out of the Longhouse. Well, that I agree with too. You're not going to be able to look to the recommendations, observations, etc., of other periods in history to find your way out of the present. It does not work that way. Those writers, thinkers, etc., wrote and thought for those times. You have to be looking here to yours truly, to the Knights of the White Table. Here, if you want to find your way out of this mess, we have the evidence for it. We're at the end of the article. We have tried in our own modest way to remedy this problem, to provide an arena for the competing vision that exists from the Longhouse will require, that exit from the Longhouse will require. No, you know how you exit the Longhouse? You burn the motherfucker down. Not literally, figuratively, which means that the vast majority of women are going to be uncomfortable and or oppose it. Why? Because it's going to be masculine. It's going to be getting into people's faces, and I don't mean necessarily aggressively, because don't simplify this, don't oversimplify this. It's going to be getting into people's faces with aggressive argumentation that can be delivered very nicely, but is going to hurt feelings. This behavior is wrong. That behavior is, we will make fun of you for that. We will socially ostracize you for this. That is the masculine mentality. Going directly to the problem, speaking directly to it. What do you see? These people are talking about, these conservative leaders and thinkers are talking about the problem of this female mentality in our socio-political existence, and then they use the female mentality to make their arguments. They don't go with the masculine nature directly to the root of the problem, which is anti-whiteism. Go directly to it. That's what it's going to take. Burning that mother down. And people are going to get hurt. Their feelings are going to be hurt. So Lauren Southern, all these female content creators, yes, females' feelings are going to be hurt. They're going to be put off by. And if you want to say to me, well, then you won't win your elections, then I say to you, the coup is over, bitch. I say to you that that's a threat. We won't win our elections if we don't abase ourselves to female nature and whim. Fuck you, bitch. That's what I have to say. Absolutely ridiculous. You know, what's going to end up happening here is healthy females will be the ones that end up reproducing because they will be in the nirvanas, the heavens that men of the West will build. All of the rest of you females out there, you ain't going to be passing on white babies, if any at all. You will be the ones ostracized. You're going to threaten us. Well, you're going to have to just prostrate yourself before female sentimentality. Make sure you don't hurt the whore's feelings out there in the world. Make sure you don't hurt the feelings of the girl bosses out there. You know, I hate is a strong word. I don't like Vance. Obviously, I went on and on about this disgusting anti-white pig that he is. But he says the cat lady thing, and all of these females go nuts. They're like, don't you know you've hurt the females of all the cat ladies? So fucking what? Get over it. That's what females need to be told. Get over it. Shut your mouth. Do not threaten us. Passengers to better places must be found. Passages to better places. Places where the true, the good, and the beautiful may be chased with abandon, where the human spirit has not been hobbled. This is not a call to adopt pickup artist buffoonery or the shallow machismo of Andrew Tate, or any of the myriad pretensions of masculinity that one sees on the right. I agree with that. Those are not real masculinity. Those are not men of the West. I mean, he's definitely not a man of the West. He's a pornographer who has used and abused white females to make himself rich. And then you have slews of midget-sticked white boys out there of all ages that worship this guy, give him shit tons more money after he used and abused all these white females to make himself rich in pornography. He should be divested of all of his wealth. That's what should happen. Such pursuits, even when motivated by a rejection of Longhouse norms, are equally diluted and diminish one's higher nature. Well, this is gay. This is Claudine gay as all hell. This is typical cowardice. It's like, we're not left, we're not right. Just like you're hearing from Donald Trump now. Thanks, Susie Wiles and Chris La Savita. You got radical left and you got radical right. Donald Trump should be saying, radical right is to my left. That's what he should be saying. I want to see, you know what he's got to do? He's got to go back to Pennsylvania, where he was assassinated, but for the grace, and that's how we should say it, assassinated, but for the grace of God. He wasn't almost assassinated. He was killed, but for the grace of God. He should go back. And you know what he should do when he goes back? It should be like a NASCAR event from the 80s. That's what it should be like. He should go out there with the rhetoric I told you earlier about how these bastards want to kill us all. They want to push us out of our countries. They want to push us out of our institutions. That's what he's got to be saying. And then I want goddamn massive fireworks. I want somebody who owns because he couldn't call out the military now like he could if he were president now, but he could reach out to people who privately own like these M60 A2 tanks, World War II tanks, roll them bitches out there, roll them out there, have some people fly over with warbirds, like Mustangs and whatever else people privately own. I want to see fire, goddammit. Light the sky up. I want it to be like absolutely blasting rock and roll, loud, 600 horsepower, goddamn NASCAR engine roaring just for the shit of it. That's what I want to see. I want a goddamn laser light show. I want a laser pointer to go from that roof over to where Trump is standing to show how, and I want like a screaming eagle to fly over top the whole goddamn event. That's what I want. And then we got a president come November. Fuck all this. We're in the middle now. We're in the middle and we're making everybody happy. We're just being as coddly and inoffensive as possible. Still, we must resist the soft authoritarianism of, and let me prompt more than anything, all these girls, all these little girls, and there are both sexes, who like hear what I just said and they're like, oh no, that's too loud and boisterous and wrong. And these are all the people who end up filling the fucking stands. Have you seen the size of the Daytona 500 Stadium? They fill the stands. These same girls, a lot of these same girls, not all of them, that are like, no, God, that's too coarse and just toxic. They're the same ones that are like this, woo, at the event. Soon as the crowd starts showing up and the energy is going and the masculinity is pumping. Good God. Get some like real things on the stage, like an exhibition of the Schutzhund and attack dogs are up there, and knife fights, and fully automatic minigun fire with tracers to light up the sky. Maybe somebody owns an A-10 Warthog, can fly by overhead. We must resist the soft authoritarianism of the Longhouse's weepy moralism. Yeah, I mean, this is what you see that, but you see the soft authoritarianism of the Longhouse's weepy moralism informed by anti-whiteism, but that's not all, is it? That's not all, is it? Because you also see anti-whiteism in the streets, bashing your white skull in. That's not soft authoritarianism. You also see the anti-whiteism showing up and using sawzalls to cut through your front door because you're not anti-white enough. That's not soft authoritarianism, is it? So yes, female nature has been taken out of its proper place, put in charge because it's the inversion of what is good and healthy for Western kind. But what's the dominating umbrella that is anywhere and everywhere suffusing all of our lives is anti-whiteism. Stop listening to these people if you want to survive. What is the likes of Kamala putting up in front of all of us as her running mate? What is it that these gynocentric, anti-white bitches, what are they putting up in front of us as the running mate? Well, a guy who loves pedophilia as a sexual orientation. Apparently, let's hear what a young man has to say about it. Young man, what do you have to say?
Running mate, Governor Walz, signed a piece of legislation back in 2023 that redefined sexual orientation in a way that does not exclude pedophilia.
So maybe he's going to say it here. When the bill was it was rewritten a bunch of times before it was signed into law by Walz, and they included the verbiage that said, well, orientation is just anything. It's just anything except for child fucking. That is no. And Walz and the rest of the anti-whites were like, nah, Yeah, childing is part of sexual orientation. You can be attracted to children. This is what ends up happening with anti-whiteism. Everything that is the inversion of white, Western, to be redundant, norms becomes the norm. That is how this works. It's a formula that always works. There are no, like with the Longhouse and safetyism formula, you can see that there are a bunch of, well, but in this case, well, but in that case. If you came up with a formula for a new type of mathematics, and you were like, here's my grand unveiling of the formula that I've created, and you pull the sheet off it, and everybody's there to look at it, and you're like, and here it is, it always works, except in these 972 cases. They would be like, no, that's actually, no, that doesn't sound like good math at all. We get a formula that always works in a conversation. I've said for many years that the go free stratagem is a formula for understanding our milieu, society, the same way that the physics are a collection of mathematics understanding our physical universe. They aren't the physical universe. They enable us to understand it. The go free stratagem, the exact same thing for the social universe. When we understand, when we use the mathematics that we have created, you're welcome, world. When do I get thanked? I've not once been thanked for, have any of you white guys out there been thanked? When we use this understanding, these formulas to understand the physical universe, we can do things like create medicines, like travel, put satellites in orbit. We can do all these amazing things. When you use the formula of the go free stratagem, you can do amazing things in society. It's funny how this works.
The bill was called the Take Pride Act, and originally it included language which specifically excluded people who were attracted to children within the definition of sexual orientation. Very tellingly, though, despite the objections of conservatives, Republicans, and anybody with common sense, it was taken out of the legislation. Walz had no issue with it, though. He slapped his signature on it and signed it into law.
So in Minnesota now, it is totally legal to be attracted to children. You can't say you're not allowed in my business because you children, because you fantasize about you cannot, absolutely not. It's a recognized attraction in Minnesota now, thanks to Tim Walz. This is the same guy. How would you like to have a football, for those guys out there who played football? I was a football star. Set records, rushing records, touchdown records. I set records. It was amazing. Football coach, think about this now, who also heads up the Gay Straight Alliance at his high school. Kind of makes you wonder, why did you want to be near all those showering teenage boys as their football coach? Kind of makes you wonder. I'm guessing there are some stories there. It'll be okay, though, according to all the females out there, to make fun of Walz and the horse balls that he likes to drain because he's not a girl. Sick, perverse, but what always needs to be said, all that matters, anti-white. We can defeat anti-whiteism. We get all our mores back. We get our prohibition on all of these different sexual attractions. We get our norm back of the ideal. Man and woman are attracted to each other, and we accept people falling short of that, but obviously excluding things like pedophilia. Pedophilic attraction, absolutely excluded. The day will come, though, if conservatives continue to be the resistance to anti-whiteism, if all of these other do-nothings these bicycle chainless peddlers continue to be the resistance, the day will come where if you say something on YouTube or maybe on many of these other platforms about being attracted to children and having a negative opinion about that, they'll come with a sawzall and cut your door off. I mean, as long as they can't censor you into oblivion, right? Which is what they largely do to us. What are the Democrats busily doing about the Republicans who said, we want to pass a bill into law, they just did this, that prevents anyone but a citizen from voting. Think about this. We want to pass a law that prevents the federal level forcing the states to prevent non-citizens from voting. You have to show proof of citizenship to be able to vote. Something that's very easy to do if you're a citizen. Very easy to do. What did the Democrats say? What did Biden say? What did Kamala say? Absolutely not. Folks, it's over. It's over. If there isn't a mechanism in place, and maybe there is a mechanism in place for the military leadership to get together with the competing party leadership and go kick the door into the Oval Office and say, Mr. President, Miss Vice President, you are under arrest for treason to the United States. If that mechanism is in place, then the human capital is no longer there. And I would submit the human capital is no longer there because they're infected with anti-whiteism. But it is game over at any sort of recourse for treason when the president, the vice president, and a political party can say, absolutely no, we are not going to pass into law a bill that would prohibit non-citizens from voting. And of course, they're going to give a pretextual argument. Of course, they're going to say, well, that'll prevent some of our voters, legitimate American citizens, from voting. They'll have no proof of how it will be able to prevent that from happening. They're clearly traitors to the United States. There are no men left. The military is governed by transformers and anti-white transformers. Nobody is left to say, what do you mean? They said no to a bill that is going to prevent non-citizens from voting. What do you mean? They're opening up the electorate to the totality of the world to hand over American sovereignty to the world. They should be fucking tried and executed for treason. This is what they just said. The Republican-controlled U.S. House of Representatives, fueled by Donald Trump's false claim, of course, this is the media for you, that election fraud approved a bill on Wednesday that would ban non-citizens from registering to vote in federal elections. Okay, so you agree with that because you're an American citizen and patriot like me, right? No, we absolutely want them voting. Okay, then you are arrested and tried and potentially executed for treason. That's how this works. Into conversation. Where are you, military? Pussies. You're nothing but Walzes out there. That's all you are. You're a bunch of walls. You're under the cavalry. They brought back the horses. Now we know why. I tell you, if I were a general in the military, and this is why I was purged. If I were a general in the military, if I'd somehow made it, I would absolutely move on the White House. That would be the end of it. What do you mean, no? You're going to allow non-citizens to vote? Ain't a man left. Ain't one man left in the military. They say it's a practice that's already illegal, except that we see that Virginia, finally Youngkin did something that's worthy of being happy about. ordered the cleaning up of the voter rolls, took off many thousands and thousands of dead who would all vote, tens and tens and dozens of thousands who would all vote Democrat. And somewhere around the last that I read was somewhere near 10,000 illegal voters in Virginia. Ohio followed suit, I understand, or is following suit. So, no, there are 48 more states. And you got D.C. And you got Puerto Rico. They all have to be forced. Clean up the vote. And then Junkin also said, no machine, all paper balloting in Virginia. But is it too late? Probably. Because of anti-whiteism. But states like corrupt-ass states, like Pennsylvania, run by this vicious, non-white, anti-white Shapiro, no, they want to cheat their asses off. In fact, those villainous traitors in Pennsylvania just alerted the population that they're not going to have the election results for the federal election on election night, like they were always able to do before they cheated in favor of the Democrats. Now they're just not going to be able to have the results again. How does the military not move on the governor mansion? I mean, it really comes down to, quite honestly, a no party affiliation thing. The military should be able to say, no, there will be only fair elections. And if the courts aren't going to do it, they can't do it. And if the government is occupied by a party, dominated by a party that refuses to allow free and fair elections, then we're going to just make sure the elections are free and fair. Military rule. Where are you? You little bitches walk around with your fancy polished up uniforms, your little medals. You're all Claudine Gay as all hell now, aren't you? You all making TikTok videos and dancing and on video. That's all you are now. Even the special forces, you're all just bitches. How are you watching this? Give me a break. Less than 4 months ago, so the House has passed this. And the Democrats in the Senate have already said dead on arrival. I would say dead after trial. That's what I would say. Schumer and the rest, they say dead on arrival. I say dead after trial. This is what it looks like when a country is taken over from internal traitors, from internal enemies. I am so out of this world enraged by this of so many things I'm mad about. But this, barely in the media being talked about. It's called the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act. And if Trump, if he's able to get in office, if the Democrats don't steal it from him, if he's able to get into office, then the only way he's going to be able to pull something off like that is with military rule. That's the only way. Last thing we have here, and we got to keep rolling because we have your calls, your comments, your thoughts, financial gifts. We have insiders, this is from the Daily Mail, reveal how Trump rattled billionaire donors at ritzy dinner. And, leveled a shocking insult at Kamala Harris. Former President Donald Trump rattled billionaire mega donors after pushing back on much-needed reassurance during a campaign dinner, according to reports. In an article based on interviews with more than a dozen people close to the former president, the New York Times, so these are all anti-white. How actually rattled were these people? Was it much? Was it a lot? A lot less than the Daily Mail and New York Times are going to report, obviously. But was Miriam Adelson there? Was she rattled by something? Probably. She's an old woman. Probably. But that's how these things work. Around 130 people attended the dinner at the home of Howard Lutnick, Cantor Fitzgerald chief executive in Bridgehampton earlier this month. Those in attendance included some of Trump's wealthiest supporters, including billionaire financier Bill Ackman. Now, he's a new donor to Donald Trump. But here's the issue with Donald Trump. So I'm going to say, these people are going to come in, Ackman, Adelson, what's the other guy? Perlmutter. They're going to come in with dozens of millions, scores of millions, which he needs because he's bankrupted by the anti-whites. So he needs that. And they're going to have delicate, maybe, sensibilities. They're not going to like certain elements of patriotism and etc. And he's just going to have to say to these people, you'll get what you want for your money. Like Miriam wants unquestionable support for Israel or whatever it is. He needs to say to them, you're going to get what you want for your money. Otherwise, back out of this. And he needs to go out with a revolutionary zeal and win this election. While some guests hoped Trump would signal, he's not going to win without them. So those people out there who are saying that he needs to, that they're hamstringing him, all these billionaires, they're hamstringing him, and he can't win, he can't win with them. The reality is he can't win without them. This isn't 2016. I mean, what are you totally oblivious to the context? He was a billionaire when he ran in 2016. He had the momentum of being popular and loved and all of that. Now he has all of these years of hatred and etc. piled up on him. No money, bankruptcy, strained relationships with family, friends, attorneys, firms, everything. He needs the billionaires to come in with their money. He can go ahead and promise that they'll have whatever they want, except in those cases where it's going to contradict like sovereignty of the United States. Like if they want keeping the border open, then he can't take their money, obviously. If Ackman wants a king guard placed by every Jewish student going to a university, which is where he came into all of this, at Columbia, and angry about everything going on there, then Trump needs to say, well, then we'll put a guard by every Jewish student. But we're closing the border, and I'm going to use the military to deport 20, 30, 40 million people from this country. And if you get a problem with that, then I don't want your money. That's the way he's going to have to deal with it. Otherwise, what's the use of getting in? Just to do the bidding of people who don't give a shit about America anyhow? Some guests hoped Trump would signal a recalibration of the approach to his campaign. He opted instead to reveal false claims about his 2020 election. During a roundtable, Trump told the billionaire attendees that we've got to stop the steal, a phrase his advisors urged him to drop. So these are La Savita and Walz telling him, don't say stop the steal. Don't talk about the election being stolen. Don't say they're going to steal it again. What are you talking about? This is the mealy mouth, don't upset the girls, a type of Republican campaign that we've always seen. Go out and say they're going to steal this election. For God's sakes, point to places like Pennsylvania, where these mafioso anti-white criminals are getting ready to steal the election. Two people present told the Times that Trump also brought up his remarks he made concerning Vice President Harris' racial identity. You see, you can't talk about that because it's going to hurt girls' feelings. You see the theme running through this gathering. He also said that the media suggesting he had somewhat mellowed following the attempt on his life, saying that he's not nicer. So his true nature is really there. Like he wants to be Trump. but Walz and La Savita are hamstringing him. One person in attendance told the outlet that Trump described himself as angry because the Democrats had tried to bankrupt him and kill him. Yeah, he should be telling all of us that so we can be angry about it. Validate the rage, the absolute righteous rage at these anti-white monsters. Instead, he went on the attack and criticized Kamala Harris. Instead, he said, I am who I am. He said, the writer here says, Harris has seemingly overtaken Trump in battleground states. Insiders said Trump found the transformation after Biden dropped out to be disorienting. He told the Times he had been knocked off his bearings and has changed since recent events, like the Republican National Convention. In response to the change in rivals behind closed doors, he has reportedly branded Harris a bitch. Two people told the outlet, whoa. Lauren Southern, don't say anything mean about her because all the female bitches out there will take it personally. The outlet reported that just a week before the dinner, Trump stunned one of his wealthiest donors, Miriam Adelson, after he had an aide send a series of angry messages in his name. The text came 1 week after Adelson and Trump had a meeting together the week previously during the Republican convention. According to the outlet, the text complained about people running Adelson's super PAC, Preserve America, which she started out with $100 million. $100 million. So she obviously should get whatever she's paying for. And they can go ahead and if we're able to do here what we need to do about anti-whiteism, then let her pay $100 million plus for whatever she wants somewhere else. One step at a time with all things. The text said the officials at the PAC were rhinos, Republican in name only, and that her late husband wouldn't have tolerated it. Two people told the Times that Adelson later discovered that the messages had been encouraged by another mega donor, Ike Perlmutter, former chairman of Marvel. So you got a bunch of rhinos, you got a bunch of these, in other words, really anti-white Republicans. And we got to wake up from this. The Republicans are not the response to where we are today. You got a bunch of anti-white Republicans who are trying to undermine Miriam Adelson's PAC with that $100+ million for Trump. And they're everywhere. These anti-white Republicans, anti-white conservatives. If it ain't for us, it ain't happening. We'll be back in a few minutes to talk about some mega leviathanic victories.
Guilt, affirming our white community, creating our own story. Did you think you could stop our people going free? There is one option, one perspective, that is whatever serves white well-being. Every anti-white filled with negativity can't speak except for their insecurity, using their biology to launder the issue of white humanity, selling white babies as fodder for what is vain and mercenary.
Fuck anti-whites and fuck their J-orbiters too. Stop hate, hoaxing our people and erasing our value. Go free, no white guilt. Go free, no white guilt. No white guilt. No white guilt, forming our white community, creating our own story. Did you think you can stop our people going free? There is one option, one perspective, that is whatever serves white well-being. Every anti-white filled with negativity can't speak except for their insecurity, using their biology to launder the erasure of white humanity, selling white babies as fodder for what is vain and mercenary. Fuck anti-whites and fuck their J-orbiters too. Stop hate, hoaxing our people and erasing our value. Go free, no white guilt. Go free. Go free, no white guilt.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get rocking and rolling. That was the great Slaughtz lyrics, and very well done. We're going to celebrate with Rogas emojis. Get out your Rogas emojis. It's swashbuckling time for all of our successes that we've had here in service to white well-being. A truly exciting thing to be a part of. Let me make sure we've got this up here. The trammels of operating in the midst of internet challenges, ladies and gentlemen, but we will be there. We're going to have some celebration. Let's get to very first thing, celebrating the great Franklin Ator. There he is, swashbuckling in the real world, IRL, wallpaper in the universe, ladies and gentlemen. He is all over and unstoppable, the great Franklin. He is here modding as well. Let's get out some swashbuckling flags, because this guy, in addition to all of this, also does the minutes every single week for the Sunday gatherings, which is a tremendous swashbuckling duty, because so many people are able to come in and they're able to watch the segments they want to watch as a consequence of the great Franklin Ator. Big swashbuckling attaboys. Much ado about Franklin Ator. And he wants to thank, let's see, who was with him this past Thursday. It looks like Ivan was there. Let's get out 07s for Ivan, Cool Papa J Magic. Both of them were with Franklin at the Don Jr. stream this past week. Donald Trump Jr., 007s for these heroes. Break out the crowns, break out the gems, break out those swashbuckling flags, the pirate flag, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up. Keep it going. Swashbuckling successes. We have the great No White Guilt clips, Anglo-Saxon NWG, making clips over the course of this week. Glorious, fantastic clips that are being watched so many times and being shared. Celebrate these heroes. If you're making clips too, make sure I know. Make sure that Franklin knows, so that we can celebrate you and your successes. Let's celebrate the great Biospirit of the West this week. Wants us to celebrate and welcome Ali Stumbling and Daughter of Eve, the two newest swashbuckling members of the OT, the outreach team in service to white well-being. Explosive saluting for the new recruits. They're going to be awesome, aren't they? They're going to swash their way into the history books. We're looking forward to that. Thank you very much. They're great, Biospirit of the West, for all the work that you do. Let's celebrate Cindy Ben, who wrote another article over on our Quora And she wrote an article that about a clip that Anglo-Saxon UWG posted. The article is titled, "Black Woman Wants White Supremacy?" Celebrate the epic article by Cindy Ben. Head on over there to the No White Guilt Cora and have a read and share it widely. God bless the great swashbuckling hero, Cindy Ben. Let's roll into these images. Here we have one of Western kind, ladies and gentlemen. Huge applause. A response to Carl Benjamin, one of Western kind, writes, "England is being white erased, like all of the West. End anti-whiteism. Demand white well-being." How many people in Carl Benjamin's sphere, Sargon, saw that comment? 115,000 people and climbing. Thousands of likes and retweets and comments all together, ladies and gentlemen, from the community that would absolutely reject everything from that was not an abstraction in years past. Minds are changing, and it's because of people, swashbucklers like one of Western kind, bitch. Well done. Celebrate this hero. Raucous emojis. One of Western kind, swashing over on Europe invasion, writes this: "If an Englishman were to walk that road carrying St. George's flag or the Union Jack, there's a high likelihood he'd be severely beaten, a possibility of being kicked. Now the question is, why would any part of the UK be so white erased and rabidly anti-white?" Out of the European invasion's audience, 12,000 people and climbing, hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. Give it up for one of Western kind. The swashbuckler heads on over to I Am Yes, You Are No and gets almost 20,000 of the people in his orbit reading this. It's heresy to anti-whiteism to identify victimization of whites as anti-white rather than an abstraction, mental health crisis, evil, etc. I mean, for God's sakes, I'm seeing this all over the place, and it's repulsive. People saying mind virus, mental. They will say anything but the truth. Give it up for one of Western kind. Almost 20,000 humans out of that audience. Over here, we have a comment that was on Lotus Eaters. We don't think it's one of ours, and sometimes we like to share these as well because there are too many of them to share, where we get members of other content creators' audiences using the lexical and dialectical power and armory of Go Free because they see us using it in the comments. This is how we magnify our reach and our voice, our volume. This person writes, in response to Lotus Eaters, abstractionism galore, it is systemic anti-whiteism, plain and simple. Give it up. Crowns for this person. Crowns and crowns and more crowns. It is systemic anti-whiteism. We have Anglo-Saxon NWG over here on the Benny Shoe. Anglo-Saxon gets 3,500 of likes and hundreds of comments from Benny Show's audience. Oh, never forget this. He writes, "Who else is sick of these anti-white media hosts?" Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Crowns and flags. Let me see those swashbuckling flags. I'm going to be flying the swashbuckling flags for real here soon enough. 600 likes and climbing on the Benny Show as well. 17 replies. Anglo-Saxon writes this: "Who else is sick and tired of living under anti-white oligarchs?" Have you watched the Benny Show before? You wouldn't think that this audience would be the kind that would say, yes, absolutely, anti-white oligarchs. We are literally changing the conversation in content creators' audiences without the content creator participating. It's magic. It's science. It's Go Free. Anglo-Saxon NWG over here on Black Conservative Perspective. 1,000 likes almost of his audience. 1,000 likes out of his audience. Dozens of replies writing this: "Who else is sick of these anti-white media hosts attacking Trump?" Over there on Black Conservative Perspective. Jason, you guys didn't create anti-white, anti-whiteism, white erasure. hush crime, you on and on. You didn't do Western kind. You didn't do all of this. I saw it over on Black Conservative Perspectives audience. Okay, dumbass. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG on the Hodge twins. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism becoming the dominant morality in America? Beautiful dialectic there. 615 likes of Hodge twin fans. 71 replies and growing, and we have another in the Hodge twins, Anglo-Saxon NWG. Who else is ready to move past this anti-white regime? Almost 900 of the Hodge twins audience, and this is every week. These aren't tweets, comments from a month ago. This is every week we do this. 40 replies, and both of these are climbing. Anglo-Saxon NWG, big salutes. Showing love is glorious, man. Anglo-Saxon NWG over here on the abstractionizing Lotus Eaters. Who else is sick of anti-whiteism ravaging the West? Well, how many abstractionists saw this and were happy? 3.3 thousand gave it likes and growing. The people who are showing up for the abstractions. Jason, you all didn't do it. The white well-being community didn't do it. I saw it over there on the Lotus Eaters. 136 replies and growing. Give it up for this swashbuckler. A man who deserves many, many pages in the fairy tales to come. Here he is again over on Russell Brand. Who else is sick of anti-whiteism ravaging the West? 15,000 people over on Russell Brand's orbit gave likes to this. Really give it up to this magnificent, splendid results. Hundreds, and we're over 400 replies by now, ladies and gentlemen, from Russell Brand's audience. 15,000 people. Jason, you in the white well-being community didn't do it. I saw it over on Russell Brand. Here we have Anglo-Saxon NWG getting a heart from Officer Tatum again. This guy must be one moral sumbitch. He really must be. 417 members of his audience and climbing. We got replies. Anglo-Saxon NWG writing, who else is sick and tired of living under this anti-white regime? I'd like to meet this guy at some point. He's obviously a more moral person than we find in so many in the white sympathetic sphere, regrettably. Here he is again over Anglo-Saxon NWG on Officer Tatum. Almost 800 people of Officer Tatum's audience giving it a like. 50 plus replies and climbing. And Anglo-Saxon wrote this: who else is ready to move past the anti-white regime? Cool Papa J Magic over on Charlie Cheon. You remember Charlie Cheon. Cool Papa writes, funny, in North Korea, they're focused to pledge their allegiance to the Kims. Here in the West, we are forced to pledge our allegiance to anti-whiteism. Brilliantly written by Cool Papa J Magic. We have to constantly affirm the anti-white narrative, or else we're called slurs like racist, supremacist, xenophobic, etc. Out of Charlie Cheon's audience, 217 likes and growing. Jason, you all didn't do it. I saw it on Charlie Cheon's audience. Cool Papa J Magic over on Freedom Tunes. Jason, you didn't do it. I saw it on Freedom Tunes. Over 200 people in the Freedom Tunes audience giving a like to anti-whiteism is our central problem, and the vast majority of conservatives refuse to talk about it. Most ignore it completely, writes the great swashbuckler, Cool Papa J Magic. Here he is back again. All of this starts with the anti-white narrative. They said racism, and we gave up everything. Brilliant. Anti-whiteism will take whatever is left from us if we don't call it out explicitly. No more talking around the issue. This he said in the abstractionist Lotus Eaters community, and he got 1.2 thousand people giving it a like and growing. Talk about swashbuckling glory galore. Nobody has taken this away from us. Receipts galore. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. Here he is again on Lotus Eaters. any incident that doesn't comport with the anti-white narrative, one of our concepts, will become a hush crime. Another one of our concepts, 200 almost likes and climbing over there on the Lotus Eater using anti-white narrative. But so many in the white sympathetic sphere, they would never use these things. They would never use anti-white narrative, but they would never use as the crowd takes a breath because we have so many victories. Here he is again on the Lotus Eaters, the great Cool Papa J Magic. Keep it going and love for him as he has over 800 likes on this comment. It's not about England. It's not about Ireland. It's not about Sweden, Italy, or anywhere else in Europe. It's not about Canada. It's not about Australia, the USA, South Africa, or any particular country or region. It's about the West. It's about white people. You ever wonder how they can hold multiple opinions that seem to conflict on the surface? I have the answer. It's about anti-whiteism. The ideologies and movements they support all fulfill the purpose. That's the reality. Harmful to Western civilization and Western kind is the only criteria. Perfect use of our dialectics and lexical power. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. We're running on 1,000 likes over on the Lotus. 1,000 different people, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is, the Cool Papa legend over on Matt Walz. She's swashing glory, rolling up to 700 people giving likes to his comment in the Mount Walsh orbit. There's no double standard. There is no hypocrisy. That is only on the surface. The reality is that there is only one standard, and that standard is anti-whiteism. Call it what it is. The system is anti-white. Matt Walsh's audience rolling up on 700 people giving this likes. Jason, y'all didn't do it. I saw it on Matt Walsh. Cool Papa J Magic again, man. This guy is on fire. He is on fire. He's spitting diamonds. This man is spitting diamonds. Cool Papa over here, nearly 200 likes on the Matt Walsh. All of this starts with anti-whiteism. This isn't about free speech. This is about criminalizing speech in defense of white people. Brilliantly written, brilliant dialectic. Man, Cool Papa J Magic, spitting diamonds. Oh my Lord, did you all see? I got into the swashbuckling a little bit this past week. This week, ladies and gentlemen, I posted this. Look at what Trump said. There is a definite anti-white feeling in the country that can't be allowed. President Donald Trump, Time Magazine, April 2024. And I added, Trump's not afraid to speak the truth. How many people saw this, you ask? 3 million people saw this. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. You all didn't spread this, Jason. You all didn't do it. 3 million. Thousands of likes and retweets and comments. Epic victory. Give it up for No White Guilt Clips, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this glory. We shouldn't have to live like this. He posts, and then one of his clips that he made. This is the real pain that white people experience. 27,000+ views. 100 likes and retweets and comments combined. Give it up for the great No White Guilt Clips. Nothing but salutes and love for this swashbuckler. Every time you see a clip made by one of our people, wherever you find it, or any of our clipping champions, any of our meme mavens, make sure you repost. Here you have, check this out from the great No White Guilt Clips. This is No White Guilt Clips, ladies and gentlemen. A post of his, a video he made, 50,000 views. This is all this week, ladies and gentlemen. All of this is just this week. It's growing. You have No White Guilt Clips and his all governments of the West are anti-white. Response to I am yes, you are no. 49.1 thousand views for the hero. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. He's walking gold, ladies and gentlemen. The man is walking gold. Give it up for that hero. No White Guilt Clips back again Here he is, white erasure, courtesy of anti-whiteism. This is in response to, is that Miles Chung, white erasure, courtesy of anti-whiteism, 13.1 thousand and growing. We love him, the great. No white guilt, Clips rocking the world. Another post from the great Clips, this time on, who is this? Is that Brackpool? Is that who it is? Heresy to anti-whiteism. Almost 17,000 human beings in that community. Remember, but Jason, you all didn't do it because I saw it on Lewis Brackpool. 17,000 people over there on Lewis Brackpool. Likes, retweets, comments. Here we have him again, ladies and gentlemen. The great No White Guilt Clips. Anti-whiteism did this over on Ultra Dane circles. How many people saw anti-whiteism did this? Almost 90,000 people under an Ultra Dane's audience. Jason, you didn't do it. I saw it on Ultra Dane. 90,000 people, thanks to the swashbuckling champion, Captain Swashbuckling heroism of No White Guilt Clips. Homeless Bear swashes into the scene. I mean, we got some records we're breaking. 11,000 people under I am yes, you are no. The particular hue of Western kind that creates East London is being white erased, beautifully written, and therefore East London is on its deathbed. Beautiful meme. How many people under I am yes, you are no's orbit? 11,000, 100 likes, retweets, comments combined. You didn't do it, No White Guilt community. I am yes, you are no. I saw it there. Paul Zaipula over here under Alex Jones writes, this is horrific, and the media doesn't report on it because it doesn't fit their narrative. This is anti-whiteism. Rolling up to 20,000 views in the Alex Jones orbit, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, that is magnificent. The glory, the heroism of our swashbuckling has no end, and we will be right back. Wow. I was thinking about this past week. We'll get to your financial gifts in a moment. We are 15 minutes after the top of the hour in the once great state of Virginia, east coast of the United States, right outside of Washington, D.C., as you can see it from aerial view over my shoulder in the magic window. I was thinking about this, and perhaps you can join in. Please tag me now if you have tagged me earlier and I missed it earlier. Very often during the first part of our Sunday gatherings, I'm very amped up and I'm rolling through pretty quickly to try to get to what I have there. I like to tie a bunch of things together. If there's anything I'd like to correct or maybe change a little bit, is to thin that out a little bit, pay more attention to you all. But during the first half, but tag me now. Get your comments back up there. You can do so on any of the platforms. I'll be reviewing them all now, including your financial gifts. But I was, with the voice that I have left after all of the yelling, I mean, truly, genuinely, honestly angry about this. And if you're not angry, if you're not honestly, genuinely angry about this, then you are defective. You are a defective human being. You know what's also interesting is I see all the time, you all see it. We see these arguments that Jason is he's too angry, he's too fired up with my righteous passion, and then those same people will complain that I don't hate. How diseased do you have to be to argue that you have to hate, but that you shouldn't be passionately angry about our situation? I mean, really compute that. I know our thinkers here. We've attracted so many wonderfully high IQ'd thinkers here. I know you're going to really suddenly say, holy shit, that's true. They argue, Jason argues that we should be motivated by love, and righteous indignation, which comes out, it's angry, it's passionate, it's, that's what we should be motivated by. And then his critics, especially in the multiracial community that hates Jews, they say, and a lot of the Nazi LARPers, they say, he's too passionate, he's too angry, he's too yelling too much. And he tells us that we have to love rather than hate, when what we should be doing is hating. And that's such a natural thing for a human being to just hate. Think about that. Think about these people that by way of, their truculent traducement, they have radically undermined the number of people that we can reach, endeavoring inexorably to drive us off, to drive me off. I mean, we had when a bunch of saboteurs, subversive saboteurs in the community left, who were parts of these multiracial Jew-hating orbit. When they left, they were demanding what they really wanted. They were saying out loud, stop streaming, stop being a voice for white people, stop being out there. But I'm relentless. I'm never stopping. So these people, I really want y'all to, maybe we'll talk about that during as well, if you want to mention it. They demand that we hate rather than love, and demand that we are, placid in our emotions when we're talking about these things, rather than amped up and righteously indignant over what's happening to us. So, Stumbling makes a great point. Says impotent fury, because they are impotent in a lot of ways. Let me just guarantee you that. We can be a little bit more lighthearted now. We talked about the tours de force and truly remarkable, but that's what I wanted to get to. But finish Stumbling's point. Impotent fury is what saboteurs are looking for. Impotent fury. Very well written. Very smart of you. That's very smart. If you don't see that, folks, it's 5, 6 up from the bottom or so, it looks like, and he's tagged me in it. Take a look on that and cogitate on that for a moment. Very true. Smart point. Nicely said. But I was thinking about this week. Not only, we talk about it all the time. I'm always, and I'm not like criticizing myself. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do. I'm just observing. I'm not even arguing it's the right thing to do. I'm just observing that I fight for you all when it comes to our work promulgating, sort of diffusing our milieu with the lexical dialectical armory of going free. And because it hurts me to watch my teammates in this, my brothers and sisters, my teammates, it hurts me to watch them strive and struggle and endeavor and have enormous victories while facing the headwind of these abject losers who attack us, and the headwind of the general population wanting to follow people who are not going to give, they're going to give them the scapegoat to blame, and they're going to give them the excuse to do nothing. And I see you out there, and then I see these people come along and say, you all didn't do it. It's you all didn't do it. You all didn't start it. You all aren't, you might be playing some tiny role, but you didn't do it. And I think of you all. I also think of myself, and I'm like, how many years do you have to sacrifice time, labor, and effort? And I get kind of there thinking about you all sacrificing time, labor, and effort, and your ingenuity. Like, how do we get, and who do I talk? Like, all of these wonderful things that we see people having massive success for, and we celebrate on Sundays during the swashbuckling celebration. And that's really where I get focused, like target fixation, because it so angers me. But I was thinking this past week, I spent, when it came to my tweet that got 3 million plus views, still climbing, I spent time educating myself about advertising on Twitter. I used my mind to think about what I would think would be the best for advertisement. I took that meme that I'd previously made. I made a modification. There are all of these parameters. There are all of these options for advertising. So I had to get that figured out in a way that I thought would work. And then I put money behind it. And then I thought about these people who talk about stolen valor right now, that we see Walz is being lambasted for stolen valor. And that's what all these jealous, midget-sticked, midget-witted people in the white sympathetic sphere are doing when they say, you didn't do it, and we're going to ignore you because of the success you have. We're going to say you're not doing it. We're not going to laud your community and laud your efforts, because then that'll look like we endorse the fact that you all have done it. And I thought, you know how much fucking money I have spent over the years to push the lexicon? You haven't spent shit. I bought a fucking billboard, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. I bought the advertising I bought on YouTube, advertising I bought on Google, advertising I bought on Gab, advertising I paid for on X. Before this community, all of that came out of my pocket. All of that was just my money. All of that was just my work, getting paid from an employer that I put into promulgating the concepts and the dialectics of Go Free. And now these wretched little black shit turds are going to come to me and say, you didn't do it? So on top of all of the effort of all of you heroes and all of the efforts of myself to get into the world, to spread the dialectical power of Go Free, to change the landscape and the argument about our victimization and the empirical successes that we've had, on top of all of that, I have spent tens of thousands of my own dollars. Tens of thousands of my own dollars. And they have spent shit. Zero. They're still going to say, you didn't do it. I absolutely will. Anybody say something like that to my face, they're going to be waking up in a pool of their own piss and shit. Anybody out there want to insult me online, all of you little anonymous curs. Insult me online. You come up to my face and tell me you and your community didn't do that after I've spent tens of thousands of the shitty income that I've made in my life because of anti-whiteism. Because of it's been tens of thousands of dollars and risking myself, risking my identity, risking anti-whites finding out where I am and them coming all years before we even got to the internet. Tens of thousands of my own dollars. Posting ads, billboards, and then all of my effort, and then all of this community, you're going to be eating teeth. You're going to be eating your own teeth. You go ahead and try to insult me like that in person. And we got a conference coming up. We'll see how many of them want to try to eat teeth in person. I'm not talk, my friends. There are a lot of people out there that are talk. I'm pissed off. I'm not talk. You want to say to my face, we didn't do it? You want to say to my face, for example, that the purpose of work we're doing here is to bring leftist whites in to ruin my reputation in the white sympathetic sphere? Say that in front of me. Say that in front of me. Oh, but you'll get arrested or whatever. Maybe I'm a man. I mean, why would anybody be surprised that a man is going to be a man? Can you believe this? Slaughtz, Can you believe I've not thought at all of all the money I've spent, because I've just been selflessly spending over the course of my life, spreading the lexical dialectical power. And these abject, obese little or emaciated, defective curs are going to say, you didn't do it. Spartan says, Jason going full soprano. You better believe it. I mean, if the guy is too weak or pathetic or fat or skinny or muscleless, whatever it is, to punch, then I might throw him down with a slap. I might grab him by the back of his neck, put his face in the table, and stand up on my hand on top of that bitch and say, now you're gonna apologize. Now you're gonna tell us like it is. And there are a few. There are a few who might be there. I wonder if they hear about this, they might decide not to go. They might decide not to go. We're going to talk today in just a moment in the lesson about antecedents and derivatives in thought and how important they are. I do want to hit up an announcement, and that is tonight, going into tomorrow morning, the Perseid meteor shower will strike the atmosphere. It's going to be epic. I hope you are someplace in the world where there is darkness. You'll be able to see it. And I hope you have clear skies. You want to wait until after the moon has exited stage left in order to watch, because it'll be easier to see them. This is a meteor, the Perseid meteor, that comes around like every 300 some odd years, but its path crosses the orbit of Earth. And as it is, of course, flying closer and closer to the sun, it is losing more and more of its substance. So you have this detritus that we sail through every single year. And so it will be raining down through the skies tonight. Make sure you check it out. Let's get into these financial gifts and your comments to me. You'll be texting me your comments. I just had new equipment show up today for internet issues, and I will be putting all of that together when I'm done here. The conflict continues, ladies and gentlemen. But first, we're going to celebrate everybody who gave a financial gift worth celebrating, and it begins with Dude Bro Moment over here on Entropy. You know what to do. Show the man some love. Show this epic man some love. 50 white well-being dollars. And thank God I don't have to use just my own money to advocate and promulgate anymore. Dude Bro Moment, $50, he says, for white well-being. I think 3 million plus people in climbing. I think that's worth it. We have over here as well, Wilson Bear. Give it up for Wilson Bear. Raucous emojis. Wilson Bear is financially gifted $20. He writes, Mrs. Wilson Bear is taking a pregnancy test on Monday. Wish us luck. Folks, let's get some white well-being luck going together, some prayers, get some positive thoughts. I want you to think about Mrs. Wilson Bear, and we hope it's this time, but if it's not this time, we hope it's very soon. Best of Promethean luck to you and Mrs. Wilson Bear. That's glorious. We'll come back to Entropy in just a moment. Spinning around to Cash App. We are going to refresh both Cash App and Subscribe Star. Are you having fun tonight? We are having a glorious Sunday. Maybe you go to church earlier in the day and then you come to the No White Guilt Church of No White Guilt. And you have a hell of a good time. We have, let's see, give it up for the one and only, the epic hero of heroes, the Omnipath First Last. I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong spot here. I'm actually reading the wrong spot. You're going to keep celebrating, though, for First Last because he does so much for us. He financially gifts. He creates music. He contributes ideas for concepts, ideas for MCs and MPs. But not financially. I didn't see First Last here. It looked like Cash App was playing a trick. But we do have epic celebration here for the great, the one and only in-house philosopher, Slaughtz. Slaughtzian power, ladies and gentlemen. Financially gifted. I'm not kidding. $400. $400 from the great, the one and only Slaughtz. Everybody get out the crowns, get out the gems, get out the singing angels for Slaughtz. $400 financial gift. We have real champions. There are real heroes in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, tell your children there are real heroes in the world. They are here in service. They serve in so many ways to white well-being. And Slaughtz is one of those great champions. Big salutes and love to that hero. Keep it going for another colossal hero of heroes. It is No White Guilt Clips. $100. $100. These two champions bringing in $1,000 on this glorious Sunday for white well-being. God bless the two of them. $1,000. And we have, look at it. It is for Noel. For Noel, financially, the great for Noel. He says, for white well-being, $50 financial gift from the hero. God bless you. Good champion. Wow. How stupendous. We're going to hop around and see what else we have across the board here in just a moment for financial gifts. And then we'll go to your tags and we will open up the Go Free Lesson of the Day and the Twitter space. We have back on Entropy. We have Stumbling is over there. Good to see you, Stumbling. $5 financial gift. Thank you so much. He says, hey, hail, Jason. I'm back from 2 weeks in northern Scotland. It was so refreshing to be in a totally white community. I can't even imagine it. Man, that must be wonderful. We will have that again in every white country with only white sympathetic, non-white friends among us. Kip. Amen to that. What a beautiful thing to write. Yes. Totally underscore and support that statement. The great Stumbling. We have here also Spartan, financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, Spartan, for that gift. He says, Jesse Ventura has called MAGA a cult. Jesse Ventura. I said that Trump's supporters are mostly white, and white people deserve a collective voice, too. AJ responded, serious question. What exactly is your collective voice being used to say? What is the message you want the rest of the country to hear? Any thoughts? AJ, as in Alex Jones? Was that Alex Jones? Tag me as No White Guilt. What do we want the world to hear? No more anti-whiteism. No more discrimination or persecution of white people based on our birth. That's what we want them to hear. That's as simple and as short as we can make it. End of that. Awesome. Thank you so much, Spartan. Over on Rumble, we have a financial gift of $1. Thank you over there. Duke of Meme, financially gifting $1. Hello to everyone over there on Rumble. I see the great Fornol even showed up there. Duke of Meme says, one man, one vote has been a failure, not just in the U.S., but worldwide. 2, Republicans should highlight stories like Laken Riley, in order to gain white women voters. Yeah, of course. Well written. Thank you for that. That's a great point. 100% agree with that. Thank you for the gift and for participating with your ideas. We have over here, let's see, who is that? Cra something or other just followed. Welcome, Cra something or other. Is very blurry. And the glasses won't help. It's too far away. But great to see you. Thank you so much. Do we have any financial? Who is it? I still can't. It's too many like I's and L's, and maybe there's an E. But thank you. And welcome. And thank you to Fourneau, who was over there to welcome this person. We had a little bit earlier, Fourneau financially gifted us on D Live today a Ninjini. Wow, thank you so much, brother. Ninjini of cryptocurrency over there. Promethean hails to the ultimate badass for Western kind. No white guilt. That guy's awesome, isn't he? Give it up, man. Give it up. Get this man up. Get this man a swashbuckling flag. I'm going to get a car wrapped in the swashbuckling flag. Maybe the Eindelen will be on it. Wouldn't that be cool? I don't have enough money for a car wrap. If I did, I would spend it on advertising. But you didn't do it, Jason. Don't let me forget to tell you about the responses to that 3 million views. And we're going to do it again between now and election time. We're going to make sure our brothers and sisters out there know anti-white and anti-whiteism. Now, let's see. Spartan said, okay, that was from last week. And we had a 9 lemons today over there on D Live from Timmy Bobinson. Thank you so much for the lemons, brother. 9 of them. 9 lemons. Timmy, fantastic. On Odyssey, do we have any financial gifts today? No, none today. But hello to everybody who is over there on Odyssey. On Twitter, we will see if there are any comments. We'll come back around. And over here on Cash App, we got the great Yiz the Unifier for weekly folk tithe for white well-being. $5. God bless you. Thank you so much. Make sure you're there at 6 p.m. for her show tomorrow over on her channel. It is a glorious, rocking good time, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you're there. I will be there. You can say hello to me if you'd like. Let me swivel back around. Okay, it's working good over there on Twitter, doing a good number on the views. Happy with that. Thank you for those who retweeted and gave it likes. I appreciate that. And that is the live stream that I'm talking about, of course. We just had a financial gift, another one come in from Wilson Bear. Thank you, brother. Two-tier policing, quote, two-tier policing, close quote, is a meme going around in the UK. Seems like they missed an opportunity. Would, quote, anti-white policing, close quote, have been better? That 10,000%. 10,000% anti-white policing would have been better. 10,000 million% anti-white policing would have been better. Two-tier policing doesn't say shit. That's like that's like what some cuckservative would say. An edgy cuckservative would say two-tier policing. You're not even talking about us. You're not this. It belies and reveals a total and utter and contemptible lack of psychological understanding of the human animal and where the battle's actually being fought and what we have to do to get our people there with tools that will win. It's truly asinine. Two-tier policing, don't nobody use that, as they say in the ghetto. Don't nobody use that. We're going to start up the Twitter Spaces. Start up the Twitter Spaces, I should say. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. And we'll give it a title. Maybe that'll bring a couple of ladies in. But you can talk about anything you want. And I would love to see you there. So Twitter Space is up and we'll be running until 9:30 when we wrap up the live stream here, and bringing us to 4.5 hours total. So about 45 minutes or so on that Twitter Space. Conservative women are scared of Kamala, but you can talk about anything you'd like that you heard here today, should you like the microphone. But yeah, two-tier policing is absolute cuck-servative garbage. I recommend never using. Use anti-white policing if you want to talk about how there's a double standard in policing. So you say it's anti-white policing. And how is it anti-white? Let me explain. Because for white people, there's one standard. For the other people, and now what you've done is, just like Wilson Bears demonstrated, you have left them with something of value. The concept anti-white. You will drop other concepts in the conversation. Anti-whiteism. This anti-white policing stems from anti-whiteism. Now, let me ask you something. These are courageous, direct, to the point, obvious. Anybody can get them, right? Everybody can understand immediately. That was one of my prerequisites when I thought I invented anti-white, anti-whiteism. How much harder is it to use the abstraction Longhouse? Nobody knows what that means. And yet there are shit tons of conservatives out there using Longhouse. There have been people in the white sympathetic sphere that have used lots of concepts that required a lot of explanation to communicate what they were talking about. So why not go with this? Well, it's just the jealousy. It's just the sickening jealousy of these turds. They're jealous of yours truly. They all want to see themselves, instead of wanting to actually end the victimization of white children, which is where my focus is. That's my main focus, and then it extends from there out to everybody. And for those who might say, oh, he's just saying that for a self-serving purpose. Really, I've been operating in almost obscurity. And anybody can look at me and say, this guy could go on and do other things and not have to deal with his shit. He could go on and do other things. But not only that, from the very beginning, I've talked about in junior high school and how I had siblings. So I saw myself and my peers being subjected to anti-whiteism. And then I looked back at my siblings who were going to have to come up through that same garbage. And my mindset just got focused on the white youth. So that's where my focus is. But all of these other content creators, they're demonstrating what really is motivating them. And that is that individual aggrandizement, that being the center of attention, being praised, that's what matters to them. So they don't want to come to the solution. They don't want to talk about the solution. In fact, they want to say, even though I've spent tens of thousands of dollars in my life, as I was talking about earlier, on promulgating these concepts in various ingenious ways, not to mention the 3 million views I just got with anti-white and colossal engagement on Twitter, they want to come in and say, you didn't do any of it. Clearly demonstrating there's a deep jealousy, a deep sickening jealousy, stolen valor. They are no better than Tim Walz. All these people looking at all the hard work that I and you all have done, and they want to come in and say, you didn't do it. Somebody else at some other time may have used anti-white here or there. And so that negates everything you've done, even though anti-white, anti-whiteism and all didn't become part of the public conversation at any other point in history. It just like mysteriously was souping around, nobody pushing, no concerted effort. It just magically was happening. It's like making a spell in these people's minds. They cast a spell. They like take out a doll and they say, I will get the most attractive man. And then they bury it in the dirt and now magic happens. That's how they actually view this. It is stolen valor. And it is the most disgraceful, dishonorable thing that a white person, well, that any person can do. But that, in my opinion, that anybody can do. You had that little midget sticked exiguous content creator that is pushed by the CIA and put up and Newsweek and magazines endlessly discussed. so that they can steer people down the dead end alley. And you have him saying about me, oh, that guy's totally cooked. He did nothing, right? He just wanted everybody to say anti-white and anti-whiteism. And then I posted right beside that Donald Trump using anti-whiteism. I posted right beside it Don Jr. using anti-white, anti-whiteism, white erasure, and more that we've gotten them to use, and so many others. We didn't do anything. Stolen valor. It is the most disgusting thing that a white person can do. You deserve nothing but contempt and absolute revilement from the white race. Thank you. Said my piece. So we got 3 million views and growing on the advertisement that I put together. I made the meme. I put it together. This community caused Trump to say anti-white. And we've got the receipts for how it happened. So if you want to say, no, you didn't, we have the receipts. You're a bitch. Say it to my face. And I put together the advertisement itself. I did all of the particulars, set all of the parameters on the back end, put the money into it, and we got 3 million plus views and growing. And you know what I got there is tons of people, of MAGA people, hordes of MAGA people, exactly as good people, so vagues out there, good, normal people, writing in underneath of there about like Trump, he ain't lying, he's right. Statements like this, legitimizing for all time the concept anti-white and the dialectic that there is an anti-white feeling in the country. That's the ideology that we can introduce, and that it can't be allowed, legitimizing the rejection of it by the most popular man on planet Earth right now. We also got, of course, herds of total abject anti-white swine that were so reminiscent of the multiracial Jew haters out there and the Nazi LARPers and the rest. So reminiscent that it almost indistinguishable. Just this like low IQ'd, visceral hatred and blackened characters. You've never seen anybody with a character so bad. Roll in and say, oh, there's no such thing as anything anti-white. You've got it all good. Then you point out how, IBM says no white guys can be hired. And they're like, you deserve it. So which is it? It's both. Those are the anti-whites you're dealing with. So are you going to resolve it with a conversation? Conservative content creators out there, conservative audience, are you going to resolve this situation with a conversation? Are you going to appeal to their better senses? Or are you just going to make sure that you don't upset female sentimentality? Is that going to do it? No, it ain't going to do it. You want to out these people for what they really are. You see, I out them like this. The champions who practice go free out them like this. Otherwise, they're able to say, oh, they have this really grossly, comically affected condescension and paternalism. That's like their repertoire. It's really pathetic. And they're like, oh, poor white man has a complaint. Is all the privilege not enough for you? And they literally will say things like, what is it? You don't want to share your toys? As though surrendering all that we have created, earned, built, invented, etc., is playing with sharing your toys. How about I come to your house and I share in your bank account, whatever little you have, because you're a do-nothing shit. How about we share in your wife? How about we share, or your husband, or whatever it is? Wilson Bear financially gifted $5 more. Thank you, brother. I found that repetition is effective. People often get upset the first time they hear something new, but with repetition, they start using it themselves. Don't give up. Just repeat yourself a lot. Yes, 100%. Wilson Bear is rocking it tonight. Nicely said. So I'm getting to your comments, and I want to mention here the lesson of the day. is antecedents in thought and derivatives. Why do they matter? I tried to make this argument many times over the years. It fell upon floppy deaf ears, like I was talking to dogs. And it's because probably the people I was speaking to, trying to persuade, were jealous of me and they were subgenius or whatever. They couldn't understand that. Very simple. I made the arguments very simple. Do not present esoteric, complex arguments to our brothers and sisters. What good does it actually do them? You have no idea how many times I said to people, how does this help our brothers and sisters, the vagues out there? You've regaled them. You've made them think that you have a great memory or that you are highly educated. You've made them think that maybe you're really smart. You've made them think that you can really be the center of attention. Maybe you've made them feel good about their positions, which sometimes were just witless prejudices. You made them feel like they had some company, albeit a small and insignificant number. But what have you done to really benefit them? What can they walk away with and now use in their world to change their lives, to change the lives of those around them? That's what we need. And these types of arguments that I made ran totally at odds with the content creators in the white sympathetic sphere. They want people coming back to them. They want people dependent on them. They want people coming to hear them talk about the problems, not remedying the problems. Remedy the problem, then why would you need the content creator? So sometimes I would say this nicely. Often I would say it very nicely. I would say, well, we're not always going to have like a Jared Taylor on our shoulder. So what can we say? What can we give people to use in their lives, in their actual thinking, in the solitude of their own thoughts, where they are haunted and hunted by anti-whiteism that has been driven into their subconscious mind, in which we live the majority of our lives, which is always talking, always. Where do you think that feeling comes from? That you shouldn't be antagonistic to anti-whiteism. We all feel it. You go out in public and you're like, should I? And where does it come from? And you'll notice those who have gone free longer, that those urges, that feeling, those voices get quieter because you're building the counter triggers that are silencing them. You can't erase them, but you drown them out with new triggers. But where does that come from? That's in you, right? Like MSNBC is not beaming it into your head. Why is it like some of the white people who wrote in response to my 3 million plus view meme, why is it they write and they mock me, this affected, holier than thou, ridiculous mocking that they put on? They're like, oh, me and all my buddies are just so oppressed. Where's that come from? Anti-whiteism inside of them. They didn't have MSNBC or CNN or the college professor or Kamala holding a gun to their head. No, it's inside of them. So I don't want to go on too long. We're coming up on half an hour and I want to talk with you as much as possible. But I did want to say that what I advocated for and what we advocate for and what we do with the Go Free practice, the Go Free stratagem, is that we provide you with antecedents from which you can derive only a spectrum of conclusions. Your derivatives are limited by the antecedent. That's why when people come to me and they say, or they try to criticize me, and they try to ridicule or whatever else it is. And they say, you want us to use your words? Yes, absolutely. The same way that the anti-whites get you to use their concepts, and they demand that their concepts are used because they are antecedents that restrict what is concluded as a consequence of the antecedent. Antecedents and derivatives in thought. I've referred to them in the past and in the book as thought chains, because depending upon your view, it's a chain that prevents you from falling over the edge, which is a meme curative. A chain that is the railing and prevents you from falling to your doom. Or when you think about an MP, I mean pathogen, they're chains that wrap you up so that you can't think outside of the antecedent. Think about how many times you in your life, be honest with yourself, how many times have you said to yourself in some conversation or watching the TV, you hear something anti-white and you want to say something, you're like, well, gosh, and there's nothing. You know it's happened because it's happened to all of us thousands of times. We try to push it away. The reason that happens is because the originating thought, the antecedent, restricts where you can go. And for us, it's even more precarious. It's like a rope bridge, because we don't have the luxury of creating this artificial narrative, this anti-white narrative for people and programming their subconscious mind. So we have to be extremely careful about the concepts that we use, that we think with, that we talk with, that we act on. I hope that makes sense. I'm going to take a look around. I'll address any questions. We'll look to see if anybody wants to talk on the space, the Twitter space. Great to see everybody. Thank you for sharing. We'll see if we can hit another 1 million plus or so this coming week on Twitter, getting our concepts. Bulldog Boars is here. Great to see you. Mega is here. Cool Papa J Magic. JC, Nameless One. Kara Ford is here. Janice is here. Wonderful to see all of the champions. Cindy Ben. Who else is here? Full White Wellbeing. Anglo-Saxon NWG. Anti-White Out. Private Life is here. Hyperborean Dream says, can you contact me via my email if you still have it? Well, give me, is there anything that you can write publicly that's part of your email so that I could search for it? Remember to tag me. Jay Bishop is here. Slaughtz is here. Who else is in the house? Anti-Whiteout says, please go late, Jason. We need it. Well, I can't go too late. Shamuski is with us. Red Dog is here. Thank you, though, for appreciating me enough to want that. There's the great Fornall in the house. The great Franklin was here, too. I know I saw him earlier. Charlie is here. Welcome to you, Charlie. Who else is in the YouTube live chat? For White Wellbeing, thank you for your vast and precious financial gifting over your life. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a very solitary thing. Slaughtz says, I just can't believe when you experience backstabbing. It is ubiquitous, my friend, in the white sympathetic sphere. Stolen valor is everywhere. Samuski's saying, I guess it was in response to me saying that I'm not just talk when it comes to behaving like a man when insulted. He says, looking at Jason's jaw and hands, I don't doubt him one bit. I'm guessing that's what it was. Thank you, brother. Ivan the Hubbable is here. Wonderful to see you, brother. All right. Let me take a look over. We did have Twitter live chat saying thank you. JW saying thank you. And Daughter of Eve is over here. Hello. And welcome. Thank you. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt if you have a comment. Kamala, traitorous bitch, over there on Twitter says, "Hi, Jason. I love you for fighting for our people." Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I hope everyone listening to this is taking Jason seriously, because this is seriously happening to our race, a major injustice. Just look at the UK, which is falling deeper every day, is alienating their own people and putting them all in jail for speaking out. Very well written. Thank you for that. So true. Thank you for contributing tonight. Brian pointing out that Trump had pardoned some Jewish guy. No surprise. No surprise there. All right. Is that it here? Okay. Let me see. We got a request for microphone on the Twitter space. It is our very own Slaughtz. Let's hear from the champion.
Hey, man.
Hey, brother. How you doing? Good to hear from you.
Well, I'm doing better health-wise. The goof is lowering, and I'm on carnivore again, so doing better that way. When it comes to, you had asked me earlier, I think you read my response in the chat, but kind of misread it. Maybe it was small.
Yeah.
You had asked if I can believe you didn't think of the resources you spent when assessing what your contributions were versus the white negatives.
Right.
And I can believe it when you're backstabbed because you're thinking you had been dealing with those who were willing to sacrifice as much as you do.
Right. Yeah, it's great.
So when you're thinking, you're among brothers and they're spending tens of thousands of effort just the same as you, it's easy to say, well, that effort didn't mean anything to them because they did it. Right.
Right. Yeah, you're exactly right. It was, believing I was dealing with people that were more than less like me. And so, they had no problem stabbing me in the back, and still no problem stabbing me in the back. So, great point, brother. I appreciate it. Anything else? And then stick around.
So the AI song, I didn't notice, but the platform actually has a lyric video they automatically make, and I can post that so it has the lyrics on the screen.
Okay.
And it's no work from me if you want that. I also made 2 more songs. I sent them to you.
Oh, all right.
I'm really thinking that they might start banning the words anti-white in the AI generator.
Ah.
That I don't trust any kind of platforms that help our people. Eventually they might get pressure and all that stuff, and so I was thinking, while it's there, gotta strike while it's hot, kind of thing.
Yes, I totally agree. Yeah, I'll look for those. And that song that you just made with the AI that's kick ass, and it does hit the bass hard in my car. So I was rocking it the other day when you sent it. So man, that's awesome. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, and then regarding the 3 million posts, I was engaging under there briefly. I wasn't there at the beginning, but I noticed when I was engaging there, and I was looking at the replies of what was boosted by Twitter as replies under you, because that's what they did. So I just went and addressed the top ones, kind of thing. So I noticed as I was looking through these anti-whites, just always trying to deny the harm that's being done. And I know, and it did occur to me, just like you mentioned on screen, that it sounds just like white negatives to me, because they're always denying the injury of our people as a result of selfish individualism, and there's the white negative just say it sounds weak, and when they do that, they're justifying the anti-white ideology. So
yes, so true, perfectly said. Yeah, that's one of the things, folks. If you head on over to that tweet, you'll find a lot of illuminating, and it's confirming what we talk about here so often about, anti-whites and the selfish individualism of white people. I got at a conversation with a couple and read a bunch more of white people where they were looking at their Twitter. They were not anti-white, but they couldn't have cared less about what was happening to white. They're just like, hey, I'm not getting hurt. The one guy's like, I can literally said, it's like, I could drink my beer, nothing happens. Literally wrote that. So that's what we have to address. It's like when we had the argument over there years ago on JF's channel, where I faced off against Duke and Richard. And I was arguing to what audience? To what you're going to talk all day long about how awful Jewish people are, but who are your people? Who are the white people? This is what you have. These people out there that are going to say, I'm able to drink my beer with the white race and all of our norms being white erased from our civilization. So you'll see some of that, but there are also many thousands of likes and a lot of good, ordinary, normal people, wonderful people that are, once they saw Trump saying there's an anti-white feeling in the country and we can't allow it, they were saying, absolutely, I agree with that. And so therefore, as we predicted here, they'll now be able to say it. We can also predict here, as I did, that a little earlier, that people in this sphere will say, you didn't do it. We have the receipts, but they'll say you didn't do it. Let's see. We also have White Stag asked for the microphone. White Stag, I'll pass the microphone over to you. No racial slurs and no cussing, if you please, and try to just make a point. I don't think we've had you before, but try to just hit your point, and then we'll move on to the next call and any other comments we have on these platforms. So there you go. There's the microphone.
I didn't hear the last no thing to do. No racial slurs and no what?
Try not to cuss, and then kind of just like get right to your point, so we can get as many people in here on all of these platforms before I have to wrap up tonight.
Yeah, so I'm really happy for you for Trump using the term anti-white. That is something that I know you have been highlighting for some time now, and I too have been in between who is better for white people. Is it the left or is it the right? And what I go to is ultimately the support for organized world Jewry, and when we have it in the form of Israel. And to add on to that, I know they go about Trump panders who's the best for the black people, and Trump and so perhaps that's just a part of politics. But to me, it seems like Trump is giving more to the state of Israel and such as Sheldon Adelson's wife than the left is. So the left is giving at least some force against that, because the more power Israel has, the more power world organized Jewry has, the worse that is ultimately for white well-being. And I'm still going in between these two topics myself. So if you would like to respond to them.
Well, the real thing that stuck out for me there with what you were saying was that ultimately, and then you followed with, this is bad for white well-being. When it comes to Israel and people like Miriam Adelson coming in, and we talked about this earlier in a little bit of an article we read about Trump perturbing her a little bit with some of his comments, is that he needs those people to win, and because he's been bankrupted. So I believe it's possible for him to say to them, or at least let me rephrase, not that I believe it's possible. I believe what he should do is, her concern is obviously Israel. She makes no bones about it. So he should say, you'll get whatever loyalty from him that she's going to be buying with these millions, but she needs to be separate from and will have no voice in nationalistic concerns, the way I would advocate for Trump to argue to win the election. Of course, I don't think that any of that's going to happen. But for me, the question of white well-being is immediate. It's not a question of are the Democrats or are the Republicans which group is going to support Jews more? And then if you support Jews, then at some point in the future that will be harmful, or in some way in the future. I want to talk immediately about our victimization right now, where we live and experience it. And that precludes protracted conversation about Jewish power, and it also precludes the centering of Jewish people. We need to be centering ourselves. So I would not be like you started off by saying, you ask yourself whether it's going to be more the Democrats or the Republicans. And we're not in this community right, left. That is a spectrum, largely artificial, within the anti-white narrative. So we object whether it's a leftist or somebody who call themselves a leftist or a right-winger to anti-whiteism, and we find it on both sides of that artificial spectrum, anti-whiteism.
I agree with you. So is that how the topic of getting stabbed in the back came up next? Because I'm sorry I was late to the space. Because Trump perhaps he's giving this out and he's feeding to the white audience, then are in the movement that you have, are you afraid that he's going to turn back around on that?
No. That was
not related.
No, the stabbing in the back, unfortunately, has been something that's been happening for a great many years. And I've been pushing the Go Free stratagem for decades, and it's been getting bigger and bigger. The third edition will be by far the biggest book so far on it. And I'm told, and people have been here over the past 7 years, have witnessed firsthand, these folks saying, you can't do that, it can't be done. Then this community does it. And then those same people come back and say, oh, you didn't do it. And so this is the stabbing in the back, the denying of credit, the stolen valor. And it's pretty ubiquitous among content creators and their followings, their very loyal followings.
Okay, I don't want to burn you down that as I'm into that world. I'm sorry about that. And congratulations on your success, Jason. I'm new here to following you, and I look forward to being a part of this community in the future.
Great, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You can keep just mute yourself and hang out if you'd like. All right, we got Joshua is next on the microphone. When you get it, brother, unmute, speak up. And we'll be hearing from Joshua. There you go.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead, brother.
Yeah, I have a question. Do you think that it's possible for Harris to actually win the election in October because of the many people who hate Trump, especially after his assassination attempt, how he came out from that, and you see all the libtards and anti-white screaming about it online, and many of them probably never voted before. Do you think they would register to vote just so they can vote against him to swing the election their way? What do you think about that?
I think that she could potentially get close enough for Democrats to steal it. And that's what we have to hope doesn't happen. We don't have control over that. What we can do is we can continue doing this, continue getting to our brothers and sisters out there and use the legitimization of these concepts by Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr. To reach them so that the cure is seated in the population. The more they use these concepts to talk about our victimization, to talk about the victimization of the country, the more opportunities they have, like we were just talking about, the antecedents and derivatives in thought, the more of them will come to correct conclusions where we couldn't possibly be there. You couldn't possibly have a movement big enough to be able to reach and broadcast loudly enough to reach everybody. They'll be coming to those conclusions that we know they must come to by way of the legitimization of these concepts. That's what we can do. The Donald Trump is facing the challenge of his advisors, Susie Wiles, Chris LaCivita primarily, who are trying to run a typical basic bitch Republican campaign, run down the center and make sure that female sensibilities are primary concern, as we covered in the Longhouse breakdown earlier today in the gathering. And that is going to run him the risk of being close enough that they can steal the election. So that is how I think she could win. I don't think there are enough people, given how bad, for example, the economy has been, that dislike Trump enough to vote for more of the wretched economic standards that they're experiencing. The anti-whites, they're primarily motivated by ideology, the anti-whiteism, but enough of them are also suffering enough economically that they would probably just not vote at all, not necessarily vote for Trump. I also think that Kamala is, after the 19th, the Democrat convention, she's going to end up maybe not tanking in the polls, but it's going to suffer. It's going to suffer for her. Maybe after the very first debate. And if she does really badly during the very first debate, she might not do the next two. But she has been beat up on the debate stage. And when pressed to speak in an improvised way, she really makes a fool out of herself. And Trump should eviscerate her. I imagine it'll be probably one debate if he really goes at her hard. But only way that she'll win, I think, is by stealing the election again. Great question, though.
It is Trump's to lose currently.
Great point, Slaughtz. Yeah. I think he really should get out there, like I was saying a little earlier, back up there in Pennsylvania where he was assassinated, but for the grace of God. And listen, for everybody who is new, we don't have in this community any faith that Trump could do anything politically, maybe that he would even want to do anything politically that will really alter the course of America and the West in general. Anything he's going to try to do is going to be stymied by anti-whites across the board, all the way down to local sheriffs, just like I predicted for 2016 and then ended up manifesting once he was in office. It'll look a lot like that first term, with very little getting done, a lot of complaints, a lot of stymieing, a lot of lies about him. So the real value of Donald Trump, and this is where we say you don't look at politics in this two-dimensional way anymore. We can't. We are into a completely different phase in the well-being of our people and the recapture of our destiny. Politics now is about legitimizing our concepts that liberate the minds of our people in all of the roles they find themselves in civilization, which will be roles, some with no wealth, no power, and some with wealth and power, some in police departments, some in county governments, etc. So the legitimization of the concepts that liberate us from the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism is the true value in a politician today. Beyond that, we have, like, for example, Wilson Bear, financial gift $5 more. Thank you, brother. Says politics is about compromise, especially when there is a lot of diversity. If Trump had to both support Israel and help to end the victimization of our people, then so be it. Well, yeah, and that's my opinion. I've said for a long time, and it really brings out the people who put the end of our victimization first. Because when I say Trump can go ahead and support Israel, he can go ahead and end Israel's problems as long as he ends our victimization. as long as he attacks anti-whiteism, and this is, of course, is a hypothetical, but a hypothetical can be useful for revealing hidden motivations and hidden objectives. And so, in this hypothetical, anti-whiteism goes away by supporting Israel. I'm not advocating supporting Israel for anti-whiteism to go away. This is a hypothetical. And in this hypothetical, if Israel is supported and therefore anti-whiteism is stricken from our landscape, then I'm all for it, because my objective is to end our victimization. What I have found, regrettably, and certainly since we had the divorce years ago with some of the other circles in the community, is that these other circles, they say absolutely not. Israel and Jews have to suffer, and that's what really matters. And then at some magical point, white people will be better off. They just can't articulate how that is. So the motivation for them is the victimization of another group of human beings, which is a non-starter as a course of action for our normal brothers and sisters, the vagues out there. And we even eventually had, I argued that for years, and then we eventually had Ashley Jardina of Duke and Mason, who did the research, no friend of ours, and discovered that there's up to 40-some% of white people that have a very healthy white identity. They say that I'm white. That's like the first thing they say. We're a people, I'm white. But the moment you introduce racial animus for other groups, that percentage drops precipitously. So it's research shows it, reason logic easily articulates it, and empiricism over how many generations now do we have to see of slandering other groups of human beings being a non-starter for creating a center of gravity for our well-being. It just doesn't work that way. We have here in this absolute ubiquitous state a ideology that victimizes us on the basis of our birth. And if we can't use that to our benefit, which is what the Go Free stratagem does, then the white race doesn't deserve to live. I mean, this you couldn't have a better tool. They argued for years and years when I first came into the white sympathetic sphere, around 17, 18 years of age, like officially with different groups, that we had to have better advertising, more advertising, pay for more, get into, and even all the way back then when I was a good student of all of this, and I was distributing all of the garbage, like just crappily written leaflets. And my firsthand experience with doing that was that I'm getting in front of this homeowner, for example, this automobile owner, for example, for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Up to that point, they've had a lifetime of anti-whiteism. And from that point, they'll have a lifetime of anti-whiteism. So we're not going to be able to outmarket, outproduce, outculture. We're not going to be able to do any of that. So what can we do? And that's one of the things that leads you ineluctably, if probably you have the processing power and you're also courageous enough and not so, dogmatic about ideologies and approaches from the past. It leads you ineluctably down a new path that says, here we have in ubiquity this anti-white ideology. What can we do with that? How can we make that lifetime of brainwashing, that an infinite amount of dollars, wealth, ingenuity that is spent on propagandizing the white race, how can we make that work for us? At first blush, of course, that's going to sound like, well, that's not possible. But in fact, and indeed, we've demonstrated it. It is demonstrable. It is done. It's logical for those who have the processing power in their heads to take a look at it. But beyond that, for everyone, you can see the results. The results are everywhere. Wilson Bear back again with another $5. God bless you, brother. Trump is doing the interview with Ellen tomorrow. What? We should be there to spread Go Free in case they take live questions. It's pretty difficult to censor live questions. Well, thank you for letting us know, brother. That's some great swashbuckling opportunity. There probably will be a number of content creators
on Rumble, on Odyssey, and elsewhere. I don't know about YouTube, but maybe, who will cover it, and probably on YouTube. And we can also get into those live chats and make swashbuckling hay there as well, getting to those people. Great point, Wilson Bear. See, that's thinking pragmatically.
Hey, brother.
Yeah.
I have just a quick request of Wilson Bear. I appreciate his donations, but he had previously donated saying he was willing to train some people on programming, and I've tried reaching out to him and I wasn't able to, so I'm just wanting to request that he reach out to me, GFWWB on Telegram or on Twitter.
All right. Yeah, Wilson Bear, GFWWB on Telegram. We're going to pass the mic over to Brian. Brian, same rules, no racial slurs, no cussing, and please get right to your point so we can get to any remaining comments we have before we wrap it up tonight. I got a hard stop because of Spreaker, but I'm passing the mic over now. And you should have it.
Hey, I just want to say, great show tonight. I appreciate you letting me speak with you now.
Yeah.
You know, I see a lot of people, they think that this is easy, but you go for like 4 hours and there's like no dead air. It's pretty impressive.
Thanks, man.
So I'm assuming the conference you're going to next week is the American Renaissance?
No, is that next week? No, it's not. The one I'm going to is not next week. So American Renaissance has a conference next week?
I don't know. I thought that they have one coming up, but I'm not sure. I thought you said next week. But I didn't know if it was American Renaissance or not.
No, it's not. It's not American Renaissance.
Oh, okay.
It's in a couple weeks. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, are you going to the American Renaissance one then?
I haven't planned on it.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. But, you know, I just want to say, great show. Awesome. The one comment I have about like the anti-Israel stuff is I don't understand the end of the anti-Israel argument, because they say they want Israel to end, but inevitably those people would come to Europe and the United States, so then they would live closer to them.
Right.
So I don't get it at all. But anyways, just great show. I appreciate you letting me speak with you.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you.
Israel won't be upset with America if we didn't back, if America didn't back Israel so much. Israel's enemies wouldn't support them so much. One of the reasons why I have a gripe against Israel is because, and Trump, is because I think about World War III. Who's going to bring us into World War III sooner? And perhaps they both will. But is World War III good for white well-being?
Well, that's White Stag, right?
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. Whether or not, and this is one of like the hard like gear shifts, whether or not the United States is going to end up in World War III is something that surely people can sit around and chat about what might be better, this one course or another to prevent or sidestep World War III. But ultimately, we in our lives have zero influence over that. So what we focus on is what we can influence, what we can pragmatically change. You know, the Democrats, whether the Democrats will go lead us into war, the Republicans will lead us into war, can be an interesting conversation, or whether or not there even would be war, whether or not Iran would risk getting into a global conflict with the United States and the rest of the West. That could be a very interesting conversation. And those kinds of conversations take place all over the internet, but not in our circle, because we're just focused on what we can do for white well-being, where we are with the power that we wield. As we have success, as we grow, as we gain momentum, more becomes possible. As we liberate more minds from the anti-white poison, more things become possible. And so what we need to do is be at the grindstone of increasing the usage of the concepts ourselves, most importantly in that equation, so that we can become a closer approximation of the talents that we would have actually manifested without this anti-white poison inflicted on us as children, and then use those talents for the benefit of our people, which is therefore the benefit of us individually. We're not, there's another, when it comes, generally speaking, when the conversation comes up about Israel or generally Jews in Western civilization, it usually bifurcates into it becomes a lens that sort of gives a bifurcated view. And it's either, that view is either for Jews or against Jews. So, and I'm not saying that you are doing this, White Stag, but a lot of the time, some of these people do it inadvertently. They are looking for the against Jews, and when they don't see the against Jews, they conclude for Jews, or they conclude Jewish vassal, or whatever it might be, mouthpiece for the Jews or whatever. When in reality, what you're seeing here in this circle is 100% focus on white people and white well-being and what we can control, where we are in our lives.
Taking self-responsibility and blaming
Yes.
blaming the Jews for everything is total cop-out, and it's lame. It's deflecting from what we need to do with ourselves. But at the same time, I think many people are unaware of the anti-whiteism that is inherent in Judaism, and therefore what they gave to us in the form of Christianity. I know you don't like to talk about religion, perhaps it's divisive, but that is something that is very here and now that we could do. It's difficult to do, it's uncomfortable, but I believe it needs to be done. If you don't believe that needs to be done, I respect that somewhat, I guess.
Well, I appreciate you calling in tonight and sharing your thoughts. I appreciate everybody who called in. Both it was White Stag and was it Brian? I think also called in tonight and shared their thoughts. So a glorious gathering. The new callers. Of course, we had Joshua and the great Slaughtz in on the Twitter space. Oh, we didn't say much. If you're looking for comments about white women or conservative women and their fear of Kamala, you can head on over to any of the numerous platforms. You'll find me as No White Guilt across the board. Head on over to any of these numerous platforms. In fact, you will have found the Twitter space on Twitter, so you can head on up to the live stream. You can go back to the beginning and you can see me talk about conservative women and their deep concern over Kamala being a woman, and as a consequence, getting elected and having this vagina loyalty from women. Gross way to say it, but it is the obvious case. You can also see how we attach it to and explore the conversation through the Longhouse. Boris Bulldog saying here at the end, AI and censorship is censoring. We need to make lexicon mainstream ASAP. I see big opportunity to push lexicon at every single coming Trump interview. Elon Trump interview is up next. Great swashbuckling recommendation. Let's be there, folks, because this is where literally the world is changed. We have some time, and it is short. The hourglass is running thin. But we have tools that are demonstrating their success all around the world, in every Western country, even in Western countries where English is not the language. The tools work because they were designed to defeat the ubiquitous problem of anti-whiteism. We have to call it out for what it is. We can't call it two-tier policing. Call it anti-white policing. We can't call it the Longhouse. We have to call it anti-whiteism. We cannot give the names to the anti-whites that they want for themselves, and we can't take the names that they give for us. This is it. These days, and this is the honest to God truth, these days between now and this election might be the most productive that you'll ever have in your life.
where the soil is the absolute richest. These might be the last days for productivity this rich, for soil this rich. We have to hit now while the iron is hot, even if later all of the scum is going to say, you didn't do it. And with that, a smile on my face, looking forward to your huge successes this coming week, I say, I love you all. Let's go free.